Okay. It's been a hot minute since I've played LOR, but we don't need to get into that. Excuse me. But I do want to, at the very least, do our usual thing and set this up. Quite honestly, I didn't even, know if I was going to do this today, but here we are. The A to Z is back. It is, for now. We'll see. How you doing today, Silverhawk? Let's see. I guess here's my biggest thing, right? Like, I'll play it so long as I'm having fun. If I'm having fun playing it, I'll keep playing it. If I go to start playing it and everyone that comes in here is just, terribly miserable, then it's just not fun. That's my take on it, all right? Like, I will play video games that are fun to play. If no one's having fun, like me or chat, playing the game, then I'm not going to keep playing it. That's what matters more to me. I don't really care how dead the game is or isn't. You know what I mean? Am I even muted? I'm not muted. Oh, well, that's probably not good. My microphone hits my keyboard. It's so low. Silverhawk with the 16-month Prime resub. Right off rip. Thank you so much.
XCOM when Kappa deadass though I will be spreading good vibes on this game now. There is no more doomerism, no sir.
Well, I appreciate that. Because, it really is just as simple as, if I'm not having fun, and you guys aren't having fun watching it, then there's no reason to play it. So I'm here for the good vibes. And you know what? Honestly, with the way that streams have been going lately, we probably will go back to XCOM at some point. There are many 10 out of 10 Revnas to be enjoyed. Well, so one thing I didn't really go over yet was, what the patch is. I should probably do the YouTube intro thing, though. Hi, hey, hello. So we are back to playing some Legends of Runeterra. We're not going to immediately jump into the A to Z challenge today, I will be honest. Even though Elder Dragon is the champ that we left off on, I want to just, play some of the cards that got buffs, so, Samira, Nami, those kind of cards. So we'll see. I also, have some stuff to do, some, leftover stuff that I still have in LOR, so we'll see how that goes, but we'll get into that in a second. Anyway, if you're here on the YouTube side after this video goes live, make sure to hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and there will be timestamps in the description down below, and let's just jump into it, right? So one thing that I definitely want to make sure of is that we are playing decent cards. And so one thing that I thought about, let's say that, worst comes to worst and I don't actually touch this game ever again, I should probably, just do this. Because we have how many? We have over 300,000 shards. I'm pretty sure I could just craft every card in the game. I'm pretty sure at this point, we can see how far we get with it. But I'm pretty confident I can craft one of everything, depending on how Also, I have, a ton of, rewards, a ton of these as well, so... It really is interesting, some of the cards that, I've never owned a copy of. Never owning any Acathian Myths. I think your bigger problem is it'll take forever. Hey, look. If it means I get to spend more time with it, then I'll let it take as long as it needs. It's just there's no reason to sit on all these rewards now. If, How many am I missing? I mean, honestly, that's not a huge list. That is not a huge list at all. We can most definitely complete all of this. Especially if, any of it is commons. We're out of rares. It's okay. We have shards out the wazoo. I could literally put a down payment on a house with how many shards we have. I think it'll also be interesting to see, like, how many cards in, like, a year from now I, like, still don't own. I don't think this will take that long. And plus, this is a good way to, like, you know, chat with people as we get into the stream before I start playing the game so that no one feels like they're missing anything. It is just really, like, interesting watching this and seeing, like, some of these cards. Like, I don't even remember this card coming out. I don't remember this existing. Equip me with an equipment that costs 2 or less from hand. I don't know that I've ever seen this card in my life. I remember this card getting buffed, and my first thought when this card got buffed is, this card exist? It's so interesting to me, though, that, like, Entomb, we have as a one of. I've only ever owned one, but I feel like I use this card all the time. But it's probably just because of Three Sisters, right? I have 456 Essence and 238 Common Wilds. Yeah, so now just do what I'm doing. Just craft everything. Trust me, if I had the money, like I just had the money, I would just make my entire collection prismatic. Believe me, I'd do it. I'm a psycho. Yeah, but what if they release new cool cards? I feel like at 400 and something thousand, you'll still be good. I feel like at that rate, you'll still have a good amount. Best to hang on to it. Right, yeah, of course. Guys, look, we're already at the end. And it was almost exclusively rares that we were missing. Almost exclusively rares. That's kind of interesting, right? That means I owned 3 copies of every epic in the game. And I feel like there's, like, not... There are definitely some unplayable epics. Wow, yeah, okay, yeah, I did have this check to Eternal, so that was quite literally every card that exists. Alright, so I own everything now, and I still have 300,000 rewards. We might as well just see what our Emporium is. It's still mostly stuff that I don't want to buy, because I don't need... I will say, though, one thing that was super cool, I kind of wish that it was Tryndamere who got the animation, not Irelia. Just because this is the first Tryndamere skin we've gotten ever. And this also probably tells me that in their initial plans for rotation, Tryndamere was probably going to stick around. I think he's in there right now. Like, he's in Standard, but... This might also mean that Irelia was planning on making a comeback, because she's not in Standard, right? Maybe keep Irelia, swap out Azir, just that Azir Irelia doesn't exist in Standard. That animation is pretty sick, though. I do like that a lot. I am also 10 gold from being able to buy this skin. And there's no way to just buy 10 gold, right? Nah. If I could math it out to, like, have a way to buy something and, like, use exactly the right amount of coins, I think I'd do it. Just because I already have them on here. But man, it's so troll that it was 10 coins. 10 coins I'm missing, bro. And I don't think there's anything that costs 600 coins. Or 650. That's a lot of coins, right? I mean, I might as well. I mean, now that we have own every single card, might as well just say that we got all the bundles too. I didn't even think about that when I started doing it though. Like, I didn't even think about the fact that all of these would just be like free. Alright, I don't actually care about these decks, haha. Okay, so what's the first thing on the docket? I should probably look up the patch notes to see which champs got buffed. So Elder Dragon got changed. His entire package got changed. Morgana got nerfed. Yuumi got nerfed. They buffed Kaisa. I guess we could try Kaisa Evelyn. Not that Evelyn got buffed, but... And do I just want to include this as like... Oh, Master Yi got changed. How many channel points to delete your LOR account and start over? Well, to delete the account, I would have to say there's no amount of channel points that would be. As far as like enough to make a brand new account, I feel like if I did that, I'd want to replace it with the push-up, right? Like, instead of making me do the push-up, make me make a brand new account for 1,000,000 channel points. I think that's fair, right? I already had to suffer going through the new player experience in German, so... How you doing today, Sino? Welcome, welcome. Terra AR, that's the website I wanted to go to. Runeterra AR introduced a thing to try to prevent ad blockers, and now they have a bunch of pop-up ads. Like, I don't mind them doing that because they need to make money, but, like, one of those ads was definitely not cash money. One of those was definitely very intrusive, and I was not okay with it, but not bad, not bad. You're going to go through patch notes? I don't know that I really, like, want to go through the whole patch notes. I was just going to, like, look at some champs that got buffed and just play some decks with them. Like, Udyr and Kaisa got buffed. A lot of Nidalee's package got buffed. So, I guess I don't want to go over every single card, but I'll at least go over, like, highlights, right? Oh god, it's so big. Okay. Okay. So, like, I mean, the first big thing is just, like, all of the boon, or at least, like, all the boons that give health and power now only give health. Signing got hit, Flamesplitter got hit, Morgana got hit to, like, her level up condition, which is fine. Suppression now doesn't stop curses from being cast, which is like a good change, I think, because they even say in here, like, we want to make it so that spell light decks aren't as impacted, which is good. It's also a good way to, like, make suppression, like, nerfed without, like, really making it unplayable. Making this dude weaker is better. It doesn't really stop what could happen with Mordekaiser, but just makes him easier to kill before Mordekaiser comes out. Yuumi being weaker. I don't know how much that matters for Yuumi, since this isn't really a champ that would be on the board anyway, but it at least makes her attached unit. Elder Dragon getting buffed to compensate for the boons. Sure. I don't care. This kind of goes along with what Martin's asking. First off, how you doing today, Martin? Second off, what's your stance on Samira having plunder now? So, like, I think they needed to do something to make Samira playable. So I'm kind of for it if it's good. Let me put it that way. If it's good, I'm here for it. And this card is when I'm summoned, activate all ally plunder effects. So her being a 5/4, that like if you have Samira on board, what is Samira's plunder effect? Samira's plunder effect is now plunder or strike. Create a flare in hand if you don't already have one. I don't know if they said how this would like affect the level 2 though. Odd that Moore didn't see some form of nerf on this patch. Well, I think like the idea is that the cards that make Mordekaiser like super oppressive to play against is the suppression thing. It's obviously not the only thing, but like suppression hits a lot of things. So I think if they are going to try to limit, is this like Boeing? Anyway, yeah, I mean, we'll see. I was thinking that too. Yeah, how you doing today, the Laser Wars? Remove death list. Yeah, just remove the keyword from the game. I know that it's the patch notes are still on screen, but I was going to look. Also, for those of you who weren't here in the first minute of the stream, we just spent all of our points, all of our like shards and wild cards, and just crafted every card in the game. So now I officially, actually, I can show this. I didn't actually show this while I was doing it, but we now officially collection-wise have 100% in everything. There's not a single thing in this game that we're missing anymore, which I thought was going to take way more shards than it did. And, you know, something I never really did was, like, look at my masteries. Because a lot of people a week or so ago were, like, posting their masteries and stuff. My thing is that I've always been kind of like a jack of all trades, master of none. So, like, these are kind of indicative of my favorite archetypes, I guess. I really loved Poppy. I loved Ramp. I loved Elites. I don't know why Teemo is here. Maybe Teemo's here because he was one of the other champs in the Bandletree deck. And then, I mean, come on. Misfortune is everyone's mastery at some point, alright? The bigger thing to comment on is, like, the zero masteries. Like, I've played almost no set or Malphite, like, at all in this game. I've played more Jack, and I hate Jack. I think, like, Jack is a stupid card. Because every time they buff him, they subsequently nerf another aspect about him that makes him just unplayable. I got an insane amount of shards today from my loot. Oh, yeah. You, are you talking about when you logged in and it, like, gave you the, rewards from the, like, every past battle pass that you've been a part of? Yeah, I got that, too. I didn't get that today. I got that, like... Yes, I actually, like, logged in yesterday. Also, you guys totally distracted me. That I was going to look for Sammy, see if her level 2 actually has any, like, different text on it, but... Yeah, Plunder or Strike. Create a flare in hand if you don't already have one. When you play 6 cards, Rally. Resets when you start a round with... I don't know. This man loves pirate aggro, respect. I did love that. MF Aurelia gang, rise up. I mean, I did play a lot of MF in a lot of different types of decks, like Pirates, MF Aurelia. I had 30k on Callista and 47 on Zed. Yes, I hate myself, how can you tell? We all know this, but just saying again, this game is so insanely generous. Oh yeah, no. I mean, I think that was a mistake, first off. Like, that was like that was one of two things. That was a bug, or some rogue developer who, like, knew what they were doing and just, like, hit a button to let that happen. Because it seemed like Riot genuinely didn't know what was happening. Like, they reached out to some creators that posted about it on Twitter and were like, hey, what happened with this? Like, can you give us any information? And so that's what makes me think there's some merit to it was just someone at Riot. You want to know the only thing I think I don't like about this Samira change? Is that it doesn't really change, like, what made her not good. You know what I mean? Like I'm pretty sure she was already play or strike. So now adding like an extra step to the plunder thing just kind of feels like another nerf, right? Because there's no longer like you can create multiples with the level 2 Samira. So I don't know that she really feels any better other than like being able to be another proc for the powder monkey thing. Ruben's Revenge. It happened too late to take back the free shit. Yeah. Did this patch make you more interested again to play? My issue is that, like, I said this a little bit earlier, but, like, my issue has nothing to do with, like, how interested I am or am not with LOR. My issue is just all about if I'm having fun playing it, right? Like, the game could be completely dead beyond repair. And, like, if I thought I was having fun, I'd keep playing it. But the problem is that if people... I had to stop for a little bit because everyone that was coming into chat was just like being like annoyingly emotional about it. Like to the point where everyone's comment was just about how dead the game is and how sad they are that the game is dead. And like that's not like fun for either of us. Like that's not fun for you. That's not fun for the people who are just watching to watch, and that's not fun for me to feel like everyone in here is a Debbie Downer. And that's not saying that you can't have your opinion. You can, express yourself however you want. But if I'm going to be up here streaming the game, I want to make sure that I am having fun. And if I'm having fun, it's easier for me to give you guys entertainment, right? So that's why I've had to take a break, is because like I just needed something else, because this game was, the community for this game was in a very dark place, and I was not I was not exactly happy to be the one taking the brunt of that blow when it's Riot's problem, not mine. It's a mob mentality. Absolutely. It's absolutely a mob mentality. It's like the thing I mentioned, it's literally the thing, it's fun to watch people who can enjoy something you were once passionate about. Yeah, like, I'm still passionate about LOR. I still love the game. I'm very sad about the news about, PvP content, because it's going to be very hard for me to play, because I've expressed multiple times to you guys how, like, it's just so hard to make content around Path of Champions, as someone who's, like, mostly just a PvP player, right? Like, I don't have a whole lot to input or say about about that game mode. It's not that I don't like it, it's just I don't have a whole lot that I can make content about on it. And yeah, like, so I'm sad about that, but like ultimately it's like what I said when the news first came out. Hey Pixel, how you doing today? It's like what I said the first time that the news came out, right? With like the story about the gas station, that this town in Texas, some news report came out that there was going to be a gas shortage, so everyone rushed to get gas. But it turned out the news report was completely false, and there was no gas shortage whatsoever. But because so many people went to get gas, there was a gas shortage now. It's literally that mentality. Check out Master Yi level 2 gem in-game. Master Yi level 2 gem in-game. Hold on. Okay. So, it shows... Wait, what am I looking at? Mana, not gem. Oh! Oh! Wait. So he levels up. He gains 2 power and 1 health. Wait, really? Is this intentional? Or did they just, like, not change the level 2? I mean, that's honestly, like, my main Yi leveled up his... My man Yi leveled up his cost, yeah. He's leveled AF. Is the next patch at the end of the month supposed to include any new cards? I think they said that there was new cards that were supposed to be coming out. I think. Also, can I just say one more time that I am so upset that skins in this game cost like 700, right? 700 coins. And I'm here with 690. I mean, first off, nice. But second off, like, not nice because I can't buy anything. Is there any Riot employee watching that can just give me 10 coins? Is that a thing that can happen? Can you just give me, like, you guys already know you're not making money on this, so can you just, like, give me 10 so I can spend some money on this? Please? Draw a picture and ask for 10 coins. It's not a bad idea either. Okay. So, Master Yi, he got, changed to his level 1 and not level 2, apparently, as we just saw. Predict is different. Predict is actually, like, something that I don't see many people talking about. It no longer is going to shuffle your deck after you predict. So, like, when you, if there's a card like Portals that are, like, the top 4 cards in your deck, there was a chance when you predict something that all 4 of those cards that were on the top of your deck are now on the bottom. Now that's not going to happen, so it'll just put one card from your deck onto the top. In League, sometimes if you beg on the forums and draw them a picture, however bad, they give you the 10 coins or whatever. Wait, really? Wait, okay, I thought Pixel was just straight up memeing out of nowhere. This is like a known thing? I didn't realize this was like known. Interesting. Genuine advice? Yeah, I honestly, I thought you were memeing. Well, I mean, all right, well, I guess this, kind of now, begs the question, right? Let's see. Hold up. I've done it for League. Hold on, chat. This has become a totally different stream now. Hold on. Okay, you know what? I didn't want to do this, but I guess we're just gonna do it this way. Wait. Don't I already have this? Okay. Get to drawing. Alright, hang on. There is something that I need first. I don't remember where I put it. Actually, I might not have it on this computer. Hang on. Man, I'm real glad that this opened up on this monitor. I've never been so glad for something to open up on the correct monitor in my life. Oh my lord. Especially since I'm using display capture right now. Alright, let's see. Where is this? I don't remember where I put this. This is gonna make sense in a second, chat, I swear. I'm just trying to find a file. Where did I put it? Oh, you guys want to see... Okay, wait, hang on. Guys, you want to see something that I got commissioned? I asked someone to commission this. I asked one of my friends to make this for me. I totally forgot that I had that, and I haven't had any reason to use that artwork for anything, but I asked one of my friends, like, hey, could you draw me something like this? And I gave them like $50 or $100 for it. I don't remember. You know, this is actually probably a pretty good time for me to show some LOR memes that I've just, like, been holding on to. Like, I have this that I made for a video way back. I made the... You can tell how long ago I made it because the region identities were still on the bottom of the card. This is a still frame from some video I made. And I literally just titled this, I'm looking kind of sus here. This is literally... literally the name of this file is I look a little sus, not gonna lie. Let's see. I could always go over some of the custom LOR cards I made a while back. Like, I mean, this isn't necessarily a custom card, but this was a shitpost that I made. I think the LOR, the official LOR account said something to the effect of, like, change the wording on one card in the game to make it broken. So I just changed Maokai to, each round, the first time you play another ally, toss 2 and summon a catastrophe instead of a sapling. Figure, you know, one word, we can make that work. Why is that orange more, caked up than a fake? I don't remember why I asked them to make that for me. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. 2 words and make it say Elder Dragon? Well, 3 words and have it say leveled Elder Dragon. I had made this shit post of Jin when he first came out. Just, you know, trying to keep up with the 4. You know, deal 4 plus 4 divided by 4 to all enemies. And then when you played 4 times 4 minus 4 divided by 4. There is a way that I could have done, like, another 4 somewhere that someone pointed out after the fact. When they were first announcing the Husk cards, they were doing, like, each, like, new Husk as its own reveal. So we didn't know what each of the Husks were. So I made this Husk. Which actually, like, I was pretty accurate. It was going to be Bandle Identity with this thing as the picture, and it was going to have impact. Maybe just a little bit less impact, but, you know. Jin approves of your me. Slap Rahend. Kill an enemy if you have a Callista rally. You know, just a nice little nod to Apprehend. I don't remember why I made this. I genuinely don't remember why I have this. I don't even remember what... Wait, I should see what this one is. Oh, the King's Feast. Right, yeah. The King's Feast. Drain 1 from the enemy unit and summon a Ledro Sling. I think I made that Callista one for my Discord. I don't remember. And then we also have... I was trying to think of a word that, like, sounds like vile, but isn't vile. So, Virtuous Feast. It's just the Freljord, because this was in response to them making the, whatever the card was that was, like, deal 1 and summon a sapling for how much damage you dealt. This was around that time. I don't remember what I was looking for. There was something I was looking for in specific, and now I don't remember what it was. Saw one, Spawn 1, I like, I love Alawi. Yeah. For those who don't know, I also am one of the mods on the New York City LOR Discord. And when we were first making that Discord, we needed an icon, so I drew this. So it's just, you know, like the New York City backdrop with the LOR icon. This isn't a shitpost. This was just something that I happened to have. We're pretty much, this has just gone to us going down memory lane at this point. What is this file I'm looking for? I genuinely don't know where it is. You drew that? Pog, you mean clip art? Well, yeah, I didn't draw the skyline. I took a picture of the New York City skyline that was already silhouetted like this. I just noticed how much this looks like a dick. I'm not gonna... I did not notice this until this second, but this 100% looks like a dick. This is... I didn't notice that at first, and now I can't unsee it. I didn't intend for that to happen. But it's too late to take it back. Where is this? Oh, this is definitely not what I'm looking for. I genuinely don't know where this... I'm looking for something specific. And I was pretty sure I had it under, like, my shit posting thing. But apparently I don't, because I can't find it there. I genuinely can't find it anymore. I'm sorry, I'm literally just, like, looking through my folders to see if I can't find this thing. Man, I should find my pre-Diana custom Diana LOR card. I mean, look, if you guys want me to go over some of the custom cards I have, I literally still have the files right here. Like, the thing is, I'd want to have made a video about it, right? Like, a video about the cards. But I don't think that I'm ever actually going to end up doing that. But, like, some of the cards I did were, like, some old-school Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards, right? So we have, like... I don't know how many of you guys remember Gate Guardian, but there were 3 parts to this Gate Guardian. What were their names? Sangha, Kazijin, and Suijin. And, like, the idea with this was supposed to be, like, Love Memory Lane stream. Can we see that Briar set? Yeah. I also had another one. We'll go through a few things real quick. Gate Guardian, there wasn't a whole lot to. They each just had, like, some kind of effect, right? Like, Sangha here was just a kind of nice statted unit that when an enemy blocks me, double my power this round. The thing to know about the Gate Guardian cards in the actual Yu-Gi-Oh! Game is that they didn't have abilities. Like, none of them did anything, except in the show. In the Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime, they had effects. So this was, like, trying to, like, kind of work more off of what they did in the anime rather than in the actual game. Because in the actual game, they didn't do shit. I think all they did was, like, they would bounce each other back to hand or something if you had one of the other ones. Kazujin was he had toughness instead of fearsome. His stats were kind of flipped. And a random enemy and I strike each other at the, round end. I tried to, like, they need to all be in one region, identical to each other. But then, like, I just tried to make it so they could be playable in something else. Because that was, like, kind of how the original cards worked. There was no, like, real limitation. Suijin had a tune. Had, like, just weaker stats than the other things. But if it blocks, it stuns the attacker. And they all had this effect of, like, if I see the other 2 components combine us into Gate Guardian, so they would just, like, all leave your board and turn into this Gate Guardian thing. Throw it in disc. It's old school, not so good at the game, Silver. Would you throw in disc? Wait, what am I missing? Anyway, the Gate Guardian, what he did. So, I put him as a 10 mana card, but, like, the understanding is that you would never actually, like, play him at 10 mana. The idea is that he would just be, like, a really big threat. that you would get from the other 2 cards. Or the other 3 cards, I should say. And, you know, fairly nice stats. Has toughness and fearsome. And then he has, like, the combined effects of the other 3 cards. So when I block, stun the strongest attacker with less power than me. So if the strongest thing has, like, less than 9, it'll get stunned. He could deal double power. He'd get double power anytime he attacks. And he would strike a random enemy at the end of each round. So, like, slightly stronger versions of what each of the things did on their own. But just because the cost of having him is you have to spend, what is that, 4, 8, 9, 10, 13 mana. You have to spend 13 mana and get 3 cards to stick on the board for a full turn. Or a full round, I should say. So that was, like, the trade-off with actually getting Gate Guardian down. My pre-Diana coming out Diana concept? Gotcha. Wait, you threw Diana in the Sun Disc? Wait, is that what you mean by threw it in Disc? Or are you saying you threw it in the Discord? Oh, okay. I thought you meant you put it in, like, Sun Disc. And I'm like, what on earth are you talking about? So this is, Silverhawk's, Diana concept from before Diana was announced. You can tell how old it is because of this. Ascended Diana, here we go. So, 4 mana, 4/4 Challenger. When I kill an enemy unit with a Moonlit, deal 1 to the enemy Nexus. Alright, what's Moonlit? Wait, what do you mean? Okay. Wait, I see. Okay, so there's 2 spells. So we're going to look at these first. Also, how does she... I've killed 3 enemies. Okay. So, Lunar Rush was a 4 mana fast speed spell. Didn't put a region, but I'm going to guess Targon, because... Oh, wait, that's right. The regions are down here. I forgot that this is from back then. Strike an enemy. If that enemy unit has Moonlit, strike another enemy unit after the strike resolves. Okay, so... If that enemy unit has Moonlit, strike another enemy after that strike. Okay. So would this chain, or would this happen once? Like, if your opponent has 2 things that have Moonlit, would this, like, strike the first thing, then strike the second thing, and then strike the third thing? And while I wait for the answer on that, I need to figure out how something gets Moonlit, which is the 3 mana fast speed Crescent Strike, also in Targon. Deal 1 damage to 2 enemy units, boosted to 2 damage if the enemy unit has Moonlit. Give both units Moonlit. Okay. Designed to only happen max twice. Okay. So now how does something get Moonlit? Is this Crescent Strike the only card so far? I would imagine that, like, there'd be other ways of giving things Moonlit as the set progressed. But this is Diana leveled. When I kill an enemy unit, deal 3 to the enemy Nexus, or 4 if the unit has Moonlit. When I strike, create a Lunar Rush in hand. Okay, so create one of these in hand when she strikes. Interesting. Honestly, like, I think this would be a way cooler design for Diana than what we got. Like, the problem with Diana is just not having a whole lot of ways to, like, utilize her having big power. Or, like, not having a lot of ways to, like, give her big power because you need things with, You need things with a lot of, Nightfall to give her big power in her current design. Past Me didn't design more cards in this, but yes, there would be other cards. Probably some followers that give Moonlit or on play or whatever. It's not hard to make a better Diana than we got. She was a nothing card. That's true. Also, I wanna boop, 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 boop. So, just getting back real quick to the Gate Guardian, because there's not a whole lot of things that were going on with this. He was basically like, if you can get these 3 cards to stick on board, he was kind of a threat. The, like, win more condition of this deck is if they did somehow kill, Gate Guardian, or you were in Shadow Isles and just wanted to kill your own. 7 mana, if a Gate Guardian died this game, summon a Dark Guardian. This is basically what this card does in actual Yu-Gi-Oh! Is like if you have a Gate Guardian in your graveyard, you can just summon this card for free, which is a Dark Guardian, a 10 mana 12/12 fearsome spell shield. You cannot play or summon other units. I take no damage from combat. So this was like, you gotta keep in mind, I made this set. Let's see, if I go to properties, this was, yeah, 2022. This was August of 2022 is when I made this. Also, there's nothing, super sensitive on here. So you can see, actually, you might not be able to see it, but this says Saturday, August 27th of 2022. That's when I made this set. This was like what I envisioned Can't Be Stopped would be, is like actually giving it like giving your opponent options for counterplay, but just making it really hard. So you'd have to like Vile Feast Vengeance was probably the best way to get rid of something like this. But this is after you just got rid of a Gate Guardian. So like just a super annoying card. But like, you know, can't take damage from combat means you can just keep whacking into your opponent. I don't know, that was just like my Gate Guardian. I had like a whole bunch of other stuff, right? Like, I don't even know where I have the Briar cards. Which in the video I made was literally, I called Briere for like an hour. That Diana card was from 2020. I don't think I started making custom cards until like 2020, late 2021, early 2022. Let's see. Custom cards, LOR, Briar and Friends. I mean, I can show the Briar cards again. I wish I had a way to like make this like bigger by default, instead of like having to zoom in on every card each time. Can I just like set this and have it stay like at 194% for each thing? I feel like I can't, right? No. I don't want to like go over this too much, just because I like have a whole video that I went on YouTube about it, which you should check out if you have not yet. But like the whole idea with Briar, you could probably zoom and capture display in OBS. Yeah, I think that might just be best, is if I, instead of doing display capture, just like make this window a window capture. But you see, like, it just doesn't, like, work. I don't know why window capture just doesn't work on OBS. But I don't think I have another way of doing it. I could, like, just make it an image, right? An image source. Okay, well, that's not the card I was looking for. Let's see. Behavior, slide, manual. And then I need to... Yeah, so I think I should be able to just do it like this. Addy Yogi, how you doing today? But yeah, so like, the whole idea with her is that in League, I don't play League. I just got really like invested in her lore that they did have for this character. And like, the whole idea with her was like, I wanted to be able to attack a lot without it just being like a insta win con for whatever you were doing. So that's kind of where the inspiration of, like, her attacking a random unit. But, like, she doesn't have Overwhelm. She's in Noxus, so she has access to Overwhelm, but... I think her level 2 even, like, also had something about that, yeah. Creating the certain death was supposed to just be, like, a fun way to give her more strikes. So there's a lot of cards in Hearthstone that are like, repeat this effect until X thing happens. And LOR doesn't have anything like that, to my knowledge. So I thought that, like, introducing that concept would be really cool. So, like, Briar just, like, striking something at random. Is there a way I can get rid of the fade? There we go. Just making it so that, like, she could, like, constantly get bigger until something dies. So every time that she would strike, she'd get bigger. So if you played a card like this, where you can just strike a bunch, she would get bigger and bigger and bigger. And then she could just, like, hit like a truck. You could give her Overwhelm at some point, and then she's just stupidly big. There was a set of cards that, like, I did want to make a video on. Like, I even, I don't want to, like, show the, like, bad versions, right? So this should be, I think, how I want this to be. Like, to show you, like, how much I wanted to do this, I even had a, this one's, oh, I remember why I did this. Actually, because of exactly what I'm about to talk to you about. To show you guys just how much I was, like, planning on making a video on this and then just ended up not doing it, I had a thumbnail made for this one. I had 2 thumbnails made for this, actually. Because I was going to do a thumbnail that was, like, silhouetted. So it was, like, silhouetted, right? Of, like, oh, we're gonna be looking at new cards. What is it gonna be, right? And then, like, the actual thumbnail was like this. Like, I think it's actually a sick thumbnail. I spent, like, a good amount of time doing this cutout and stuff. But I just, like, never really got around to actually recording the video. And now I don't think that it makes a ton of sense to make custom cards. I feel like it's, like, almost BM towards Riot to make custom cards. You know what I mean? Like, it almost feels like BM in a way. Of, like, making custom cards. Like, oh, hey, they're not going to make cards anymore, but what if this existed? I don't know. Like, I don't know that I want to go through and make the video now, but I'll at least go over these cards on stream. And then at least this way I have the footage. BM is good. That's the exact type of attitude that gets you muted in games, Dan. But now here, let's change this to delete, add directory. I'll go over these cards. I will say that these cards are, like, not super strong by any means. Like, I don't think that they're super strong cards. But they weren't, like, necessarily meant to be strong. They were meant to just be, like, a fun way to, like, live out the lore of this card, of this champ, I should say. Because we're talking about Nefiri. So Nefiri was going to be a darkened... Actually, yeah, I think all Darkin champs in the game are Origin. They're like region locked cards. And so the idea with Nefiri was to keep that tradition up, but Nefiri's like significantly weaker in lore, and I think in general to the other Darkins that we have in the game. So the We Are More, Nefiri's whole thing is that she's like a pack of dire wolves instead of just like one host. She is like a bunch of hosts. So that's why I made it so that her origin was that you put 10 copies of her into your deck during deck building. Just to let, like, she is still a separate region. Like, you can put multiple copies of this thing in your deck. I don't have any concept of how that would work for deck building. Like, because that would mean that you'd have to be able to get 10 champion cards to put this in your deck. Like, that doesn't sound right to me. So I don't know if maybe, like the only way you could do it, right, is, like, if you made it so that if you put in... Because I don't want it to be more... Okay, I'm going to start over. Here's the problem with this deck building constraint, is that her effect will revolve around there being multiple copies of her in the deck, but I don't want to make the deck more than 40 cards, because I feel like that makes the deck, like, significantly weaker than most other decks in the game. Think about, like, Rise is the only card in the game that puts more copies of himself into, or not himself, but puts more than 40 cards in the deck. And, like, you still sometimes don't see those cards for a while that you get added. And it's not until later in the game that it shuffles more and more and more. So I don't know how the deck building restraint would work on this, but I wanted to try to keep the deck to 40 cards, but also wanted to, yeah, like, I think we would just have to all agree that this makes sense in some world, that you can have a 40 card deck and 10 of those 40 are this one champion. But then the idea is that the origin has keywords on it, right? You can see that there are 5 keywords: brash, fearsome, fury, impact, and overwhelm. And now those 10 cards are going to get one of those each. So you will have 2, if you have 10 cards in the deck that are Nefiri, you'll have 2 brash, 2 fearsome, 2 whatever. Like, you're not going to end up in a situation where you have 10 with overwhelm. They will always, like, alternate. And they are pre-assigned once the game starts. So it's not like you're going to draw one and it'll get a keyword. It'll, like, already have it in the deck. And this becomes important because Nefiri, who has a, I don't know if this is, like, hard to see on screen. I'm going to make it a little bigger just in case. Based on how this is written, they're random. I see what you're saying. That wasn't the design intent, but also, like, I wasn't necessarily done making this before all the LOR stuff happened. Interesting to think an origin effect can have a keyword to begin with. Honestly, like, I needed a way for Nefiri to be able to get other keywords and make it unique from how other cards get keywords. So I just figured that, like, giving it a random one in the deck was cool. This is why they have playtesters and quality control. Exactly. So, the origin effect we just went over, We Are More. Auto-equips the Darkened Dagger. The Darkened Dagger is just a, I think I made it just a +1/+0 with Quick Attack. So, the first Nefiri that you play will have the Darkened Dagger and will have Quick Attack. That's why Quick Attack is not added as something on We Are More. Which is, it's like a good keyword. But so now there's 6 keywords that can be there. So Nefiri will always have 2, right? If you only have 1 on the board. So now on attack, the first time a Nefiri attacks this round, summon a Nefiri from your deck attacking. So on turn 3, you summon Nefiri, you attack in, you will get another Nefiri from your deck. This is intentional because I don't want the situation of, like, you attack with one Nefiri, and then it just floods your board with Nefiri yet. I want that to, like, not be part of the level 1 effect. So this is just a way to kind of turbo out more Nefiris, right? And now it will equip the other Nefiri with a Darkened Dagger fragment. We'll get into what that is later. It's not, like, super complicated. And then the level up condition is that they would see. I have seen 3 Nefiri start attack at the same time. So that means I tried to word this in a way where you need to have 3 Nefiris on board declare an attack, which means that you need to spend turn 3 playing a Nefiri, attack in with it. Now you have 2 Nefiri. And then turn 4 or 5, you summon another Nefiri, and you attack in with it. So, like, there needs to be 3 on the board already. If you have 2 on the board, and you attack in, and a third one comes out of the deck, that will not level Nefiri. That's, like, the intent, and the main reason for that is just, like, I think that balances the card a little bit more to force you to have 3 on the board already. The other alternative is to just up the number of Nefiri that need to attack, but I think, like, having to spend 2 turns playing Nefiris when, like, a quarter of your deck is Nefiri shouldn't be too bad of a condition. The reason that I think that Nefiri needs to be limited like this, I also didn't talk about it. It's a 3-mana 3/2, but it's also going to have 2 keywords. It's going to have quick attack, and it's going to have whatever the origin effect gave it. And then you're going to have it turn into this card, which, same exact thing, equip the Darkened Dagger, and then all Nefiri share keywords. So now, if you have 5 different Nefiri with 5 different keywords, they all have those keywords. And summon as many Nefiri from your deck as possible attacking. That's the main payoff for this, is that now you have 6 3-mana 4/3s that have potentially quick attack, overwhelm, brash, impact, fearsome. What else did I give her? Fury. So that's why I'm trying to make it fairly balanced by, like, restricting the level up condition, is because I think the level up effect becomes really strong, especially later in the game if they wipe your board and then you end up with 1 card. You can play it, attack in, and then you're still dealing a butt ton of damage. The pack is many. Yeah, I mean, exactly. That is the exact concept I'm trying to go for with this. You also may have noticed that Nefiri is a Darken and a dog. Just, like, keep that in, like, the back of your mind, right? So this was, like, Nefiri keyword soup, boys, we huntin'. So that's the thing, right? It's like, I don't think keyword soup champs are inherently bad. I think it's the design around the champs that become bad. Because, like, think of Victor, right? And Victor sits there and does nothing until he gets too many keywords for you to deal with. This is a card that, like, has to do something. It has to, like, try to be progressing the game and risk losing into the opponent's board in order to be useful. That's, like, the idea here. I need to check to see what card I have coming up next. Oh, okay. So, yeah, like, that's why we tried to balance the level up condition, because I think that this card would be really strong as, like, a 3-mana fill your board with attackers every time. And this is also why we have it so that Nefiri starts as 10 cards in the deck in a 40-card deck. Because if you end up drawing through a bunch of them, then they're not going to get summoned from your deck. But if you make the deck... If you end up making it a, like, 49-card deck, the deck just becomes too big to where, like, that's not really a trade-off. That's just, like, intended. Imagine level 2 Nefiri with parallel convergence. Yeah, no, I mean, I think, like, there's a lot of ways to keep in mind has to do something equals bad in LOR. Well, yeah, and I mean, that's the balance, right? Is that has to do something, but when it does do the thing, it's busted. That's, like, what the balance around those cards is. But anyway, I want to keep going with these cards just because I don't want to spend, like, forever going over these. This is the Darkened Dagger, so this is what the main Nefiri gets. It has no added stats, but it does give quick attack. It's 2 mana. It probably could be 1 mana. I don't know that, like, the equipment on this really matters, how much it is. And it's a Darkened weapon. LOR heavily incentivized doing nothing for 10 turns, especially right now. Yeah, no. Trust me. So there's nothing really special about the Darkened Dagger other than that it gives it gives a quick attack. I tried to make sure that the keywords that Nefiri was getting were not defensive keywords. It might be like a type of keyword that makes sense for Shurima or like some regions. But if Nefiri was going to be a keyword soup, I wanted it to not be like too oppressive. So that's why I didn't give it any of the defensive card or defensive keywords like spell shield, toughness, or anything like that. Karma set players love doing nothing. Yeah. So now the thing is about quick attack fits the dog well. Yes. Now the Darken Fragment also is just a 1 mana 0/0 quick attack equipment. But this is when I am removed from an ally, obliterate me instead. Now, here's the main reason I did this, right? I want Nefiri baseline to have quick attack, but I think giving it to the base card is, I don't know. I feel like it's too much to have a 3 mana 3/2 quick attack unit baseline. So giving it an equipment that, like, if your opponent has some way to address the equipment, like they destroy it, or they have some way, maybe there's like a card down the road that like bounces it back. Have a good day. I'm from Vietnam. Well, hello, Cristiano. Hello from the U.S. Hope you're having a good day. I don't know what time it is in Vietnam, but I hope you're having a good day and or night and or afternoon. But so this essentially, the way that this Darkened Dagger Fragment works is that, like, if your Nefiri gets bounced to your hand, this fragment would disappear. Remember Nerfed Draven? Yeah, but the thing about Nerfed Draven is that he was, one of your 2 regions had to be Noxus, right? Nefiri, one of your 2 regions is 10 copies of Nefiri, right? So, like, it's one thing if they can remove, like, 2 Dravens at the same time. But addressing 10 is, like... I tried to keep in mind the balance of those types of cards. Like, the fact that there's so many of them in the deck is that unless you're against, like, a Seraphine, like, deck like that... Draven? Draven! Anyway, I also needed a way to make her having a Darken equipment for, like, Aatrox's Assimilate. I needed some way for that to make sense. So I just thought giving her quick attack on the equipment as a 2 mana 0/0 quick attack. I don't know. It made sense at the time. And also, if you have some way of, like, forging it, it just becomes a threat, right? Having this quick attack. Not this one, because this one works like Irelia's Blade Dance. Those blades. When, like, as soon as they're not in combat, they get obliterated. This thing, like, if a Nefiri gets recalled that has this, it's just going to destroy this thing. And I did this mostly because, like, I don't want to start having, like, 100 of the other Darkened Dagger. I don't want, like, the opponents to just, like, have, like, 100 of these in their hand, right, from all the Nefiris. But I still want Nefiri to be able to have an equipment when it's attacking in. Hence why we have the Darkened Fragments. So, there's, like, potential... I think there was potential for making the fragments, like, have some kind of cool keyword. Cardboard Monka, yes, this is, in fact, custom cards. How are you doing today? The custom card right now that we're going over is Nefiri. I will leave the Nefiri on the screen for a second while I talk about my philosophy on the dagger thing. So, this is not a complete set of custom cards. I kind of stopped making these. And the idea was, like, introducing cards that would make having a darkened strategy more appealing. Like, Aatrox is already a really strong deck, but it only promotes one, like, darken aspect. You know what I mean? Like, that's the only, like, playable, like, strictly darkened deck. Sure, you can have, like, Varus with some stuff. You can have, like, Aatrox with Vayne and stuff. But at the end of the day, like, those are just, like, equipment decks, not so much, like, strictly darkened decks. So this set was to try to promote more, like, diverse darkened playstyles besides just that. Because I think that that archetype is pretty cool, and there's so much, like, cool and interesting lore behind that stuff. So Neferi is to darken what Nasus is to Ascended. Correct. Yeah. No, that's a good way to look at it. Like, Nasus is meant to be an Ascended that, like, is really good with, like, the Sundisk stuff, but just isn't, right? The Obliterate restriction is nice to avoid equipment decks getting easy access to a cheap, aggressive weapon to forge. Yes, exactly. So I want Neferis to always have an equipment, right? Because I want them to have that extra keyword of quick attack until they're leveled, right? I don't want there to just be, like, 100 Darkened Daggers. Also, I'll go over the level 2 real quick, since there's people who are new here. I don't know if you read the level 1, but the level 1 is when it attacks, another Neferi will come out of your deck. This is summon all Neferis that are in your deck as possible, so up to 5 others, and they all share keywords. I don't think I shared this yet, but the origin is you can have 10 Neferis in your deck, and they each have 1 of 5 keywords that are written right here on the card. So you could have a Neferi with Brash, Fearsome, Fury, Impact, or Overwhelm, and they will all have quick attack because of the equipment. So we're all up to speed. If you have questions, just go ahead and ask me. We're going to move on from the equipment thing. Actually, an ad break's about to happen, so I'm going to grab some more water. So I'll be right back. Give my voice a rest here real quick. But I'll leave the next card on the screen, and you guys can look at it. Started collecting Pokemon sealed product. Saw a friend doing it. I don't know, man. Like, I just, like... The only reason to collect sealed product is A, for, like, some extremely niche collector's value that you value. Which is, like, totally up to you if you value that, right? But the only other thing to do with it is, like, resell it. I don't know. I feel like sealed product is so much harder to have, like, a collector's, like, mindset on. Because, like, a card, right, like a PSA grade 10 of something or whatever, you can at least look at that and it looks pretty and you know exactly what it is. But yeah, I don't know. I think sealed product would, like, drive me crazy because I'd want to know what's in it. I'm not really caught up on the lore. I assume this implies all the Neferi shadow clone dogs are smaller copies of her and not, like, Zed's shadow clones. So, lore-wise, the lore of Neferi, I guess I didn't go over this. So if you know anything about Darkens, they're all, like, some powerful creature that got stuck inside of a weapon, right? Neferi's thing is that, like, when a Darken gets held by a mortal or whatever, they can assimilate or just, like, take over the mortal's body and get a body of their own back, right? That's what's happening with Aatrox. Aatrox, what you're looking at in, like, the game, right? Like, this Aatrox here, this is not actually what Aatrox looks like, right? This is not actually him. This is Aatrox. This weapon is Aatrox. This is a vessel that he took over, right? Because this dude was stupid enough to grab this sword, and now he has a body to, like, manifest, right? So Neferi's case is that Neferi actually got grabbed by a dog. And not just one dog, but a pack of dogs. So Neferi's whole thing in League of Legends is that she is a pack of direwolves. So she is, like, not, like, duplicates of herself, but she is, like, a bunch of different individual dogs that now are, like, a hive mind of Neferi. So think less like Shadow Clone and more like Hydralisk Zergling type thing, where, like, they're all, like, just the same creature with, like, one overarching, like, hive mind, right? And that's essentially what Neferi is. There's one pack leader that is, like, the main Neferi, but they are all Neferi. So that's the idea with this, is, like, if, you can have 10 Neferis in your deck during deck building, and then you will summon those Neferis as the game goes on. So that you're, like, kind of calling the pack, right? You're getting the pack all together. You're getting the boys together, or the girls together. I guess gender kind of works weird for Neferi when, like, each dog could have its own gender, but... So Neferi is like a Tyrant Hive Fleet from Warhammer 40k. Yeah, that sounds right. So anyway, Neferi's Eviscerate. This was a card that I needed some way to, like, make a Neferi champ spell, like, matter. And even then, I don't think that this is, like, an amazing card. But it does fit the lore very nicely. And I think it's, like, considering that Neferi's region is very limited to just being Neferi, you need something that is, like, useful to have when you have a handful of Neferis. So I figured something that was a striking spell that didn't cost too much initially would be really good. So it's a fast speed spell that is Neferi's champ spell. All battling Neferi strike a battling enemy unit. So it's not like... It's a one-sided strike. So all of them are attacking one thing. It is not striking them back. I cost one more for each Neferi you have, right? Quick attack plus strike spell versus a blocking creature is niche but scary. Yeah, well, okay, imagine the situation where your opponent is Seraphine, and on your attack token they play a Catastrophe, right? So now it's 30 power, and you have these Neferi that have 4 power. So you get a board full of Neferi, so you have 6 of them. They go to block with the Catastrophe and, like, block some other stuff. You use this thing, and now instead of just dealing 4 damage to the Catastrophe, you're dealing 28 damage, right? Because that's 24. That's 4 times 6. And then 6 times 4 is 24. But then the strike is another 4. So that's, like, you know, you're only 2 damage away from killing that Catastrophe now. Which probably, depending on the region combination you go for, you can just buff the Neferis and get over that pretty easily. Like, let's just assume you're in Shurima for a second, and you play, like, Ruthless Predator. The cost plus claws makes it feels kind of bad. Having simply a high cost up front cost is just clearer IMO. So here's the trade-off with this, right? You have to keep in mind that there will be 10 copies of Neferi in your deck. Statistically speaking, you could end up in a situation where you draw, like, 4 copies of it in the first, like, 3 turns. So now if you play one, and it's summoning ones from deck, you don't have ones from hand to play. Like, you can't summon a Neferi from your hand. So these are going to clog up your hand if you're just constantly summoning ones from the deck. So in order to get them back into the deck early on, you need a way to be able to play them kind of cheap. But once it gets later into the game and you have, like, 6 of them, I feel like it becomes too good to have a 2 mana deal 24 damage. You know what I mean? Like, granted, it's not to face, but like it's the idea that it just becomes stronger and stronger. So if your opponent's on Aatrox or something, being able to remove Aatrox for 2 mana with your board of like little shitlets of Nefiris, that was the idea going into it. I'm not trying to justify that it's like a good card. I'm just explaining the like design process behind something like this, why I made it like a dynamic cost that is dynamically negative for the user. Because if you have 2 Nefiris on the board, it's now 3 mana, right? So high upfront cost, like a 6+. But the problem is that if you do high upfront cost for 6 mana, and you have 2 on the board, or you even have 1 on the board, doing this for 6 mana, you would never do that, right? And that's the other tricky thing, is that you want to play this card because you want Nefiris in your deck. You don't want them to be in your hand. So that's why I didn't make it too cost preventative if it's early on in the game. So if you have like 3 of them, it costs what, like 3 or 4 mana? So yeah, like that's why I didn't want to make it like that. I will admit that it's like confusing, right? It doesn't make like Concerted Strike is 5 mana. Use that as the benchmark. But so Concerted Strike let you strike anything at any time. This thing only lets you do it during the battle. So it's battling enemies and battling Nefiris. So it's like, if I made that cost 5 mana for 2, that's going to feel really bad, right? Because, like, it's already being restricted by the, like, what's happening on board. So you have to be on attack, and actually, I guess you could be on defense, too. It could be when your opponent attacks. But, like, there's already a restriction to it, right? There's already a restriction to playing this thing. And on top of that, it's not a main deckable card. It's a champ spell, right? So like, I think if, like... I think this is also part of the reason why I didn't end up making this, this set of video. Because there's a lot of, like, questions like this that I kind of wanted to talk to friends about first to see, like, what the general consensus was for things like this. And there's... How many more cards in this set that I made? I have 3 more cards. No, I have 2 more cards. I really only made 2 more cards. Oh, that's interesting, because I had more that I was working on. I could have swore I had more. Okay. Do I maybe... Hang on. Give me a minute, chat, because now I'm, like, curious. Did I, like... Reminiscent of Pike and maybe even a Modern Tumble at 4. I'm trying to think. Did I, like, not... Did I do something funky with this? Oh, I did. I didn't, like, create these cards. Hound's Pursuit. And Call the Pack. Okay. So I didn't actually export these cards. So... And I also don't really remember what these cards do, so... So we're gonna figure this out together, chat. Actually, we should probably make this guy... I'm sorry, chat. Give me a second. I swear this will make sense in a minute. But right now, I just realized that there were cards that I was missing from this. Okay. We should be good now. But I think I have to reset this. Yes, I did have to reset this. Okay. So... this next card's kind of stupid, I'm not gonna lie. But I'm gonna, yeah. So I want to like stress while we're looking at this card that there's a reason I didn't make this video, and that's because like some of these cards I like thought was a cool concept. I wanted to introduce into the game, but I think the actual like way I went about it probably is somewhere between doesn't make sense or just wouldn't be very strong if it did exist. So this next one is the Dune Hound. This is a 2-mana Shurima card that is a 2/1. And its effect is, if I am equipped with a Darkin, whose unit cost is 3 or less, assimilate. Which basically means Nefiri. Because every other Darkin in the game, their unit cost is 5 or more, right? The cheapest one is Joral in Varus, I think. I think Varus is 4 mana, right? Let me just double check on that really quick. But I'm pretty sure Varus is 4. Maybe he's 5. Varus is 4, yeah. So the idea here is that, like, if cheaper Darkins had been introduced, this could be a good way to, like, turbo them out with a card like this. You probably end up spending more mana overall, but it's like, you know, it depends on how much the unit costs. If it's like a 1 mana equipment, but a 2 mana Darkin or something like that, then you save a little bit of mana or the same amount of mana. It was just meant to be a cool way to utilize Assimilate that wasn't just Aatrox's endgame card. So conceptually, I like the idea with the card. I think this one, my initial thought is, why is this a main deckable card? But it might be that I haven't processed the full Nefiri package. Yeah, I mean, like, this is, what this is more meant to be is reasons for you to want to play Nefiri in Shurima. Because the Darkins have a lot of synergy with, or not synergy, but they have a lot of lore in Shurima. But, like, there's not a whole lot of reasons for them to be in Shurima other than the Zolani spell, right? Not even the Zolani spell, the Zolani equipment. So, yeah, like, you always want to have Nefiris. That's the idea with this. So if you end up being, like Martin's saying, is that technically speaking, there'd be 13 Nefiris, because you could run 3 copies of this. And if they killed your only Nefiri on the board and you haven't drawn more, you just slap this down. So this is like probably one of those cards that you wouldn't see very often until one of 2 things happens. Either A, it gets changed somehow to include Darkins of higher cost, or B, more Darkins that cost 3 or less unit-wise come into the game. Which is something that, like, I wanted to do, right? With this set, I wanted to include more Darkins that were, like, weaker cards. I think I might be too focused on Nefiri. While this makes Nefiri's package better, it seems Shurima overall worse. I don't know if I'd say it makes Shurima overall worse, but I will say that I do think that at the moment it's too focused on Nefiri. I think, like, the idea initially going into making this card was I want there to be cheaper Darkins, and I was going to make some, like, make like a 1 mana equipment that was like a 3 mana unit that did something, just so you had, like, possibilities. If you're, like, look at Aatrox, right? You go into these situations where you draw, like, 5 Darkin equipments and no units. If there was Darkins that were, like, 3 or less costs, you could at least turn your equipments into units. That was the idea. I wanted to have more. I never got around to it, so I don't have any in this set to show off. But that was the idea with making this card. I'm happy that I made it. I like it. I like the concept of it. But again, it's just like, one of those cards that it needs more reasons to exist besides just Neferi. Let's put it that way. I will agree to that. Making cheaper Darken can be cool as long as their effects aren't busted. Yeah, I mean, it'd just be like, imagine like a Darken equipment that's like, I don't know. I'm just spitballing here because I didn't really have anything in mind, but imagine like a Darken that's like a 1 mana equipment that's like +1/+0 and is like, it only has like quick attack or something, but then it can turn into a 3 mana unit that's like no ability and is just like a 3/2 or something with quick attack. It needs more reasons to exist. Yeah, no, I don't disagree. And the next card, I think the next card has the opposite problem. It has reasons to exist, but it's way too hyper specific. It could be really strong as like an answer to Neferi. All I'm hearing is he will make a cheaper Darken one day. If I have more reasons to make custom LOR cards, I would consider it, alright? So the next card, do you guys remember in Hearthstone, they had the subtype Murloc? And Murlocs were like a really annoying archetype, especially for like new players. So in order to combat that, they introduced a card in the base set called Hungry Crab. Hungry Crab was destroy a Murloc and give itself stats, right? Murlocs like were strong, but not strong enough that Hungry Crab was ever like good. And because Hungry Crab was way too specific, it was way too focused on like being a counter to this one archetype. So if that archetype didn't see play, there was no reason to run Hungry Crab, right? The next card I'm going to show you is the exact same concept, just in LOR. But I want to get into like I'm going to flip to the card, but before I go over what it does, you guys can read it and give me your thoughts, but I want to go over why I created it. And I also like went over this on stream once, right? We already talked about this card not too long ago. The idea here was that I watched the Neferi trailer, and in the Neferi trailer, there's a moment where, like, Neferi is going through an existential crisis. She's like, I'm never gonna leave this vessel. I don't know what's gonna happen to me. And then, in the trailer, you see her, as she's going through her existential dread, you see this creature, this thing, eat her, like, you know, in her mind. It, like, eats her as a weapon. And so it just really got me thinking, like, Darkens are supposed to be these super strong, like, super, like, good, huge willpower type creatures. But they fear. Like, they have fears. They have emotions. And so I saw this thing in the trailer, and I was like, that thing needs to be a card. That needs to exist. That looks sick, first off. The artwork looks amazing on it. But, like, it's also a cool concept of, like, Darkens do have fears. There is something they're afraid of. I don't know if this is, like, an actual being, or if this is just a manifestation of what Neferi... Like, if this is just a manifestation of her fears. But, so that's why I made what Darkens fear. A 6-mana 4/4 with double attack. And I gain +1/+1 for each Darken in play. Obliterate all Darken units and equipment with less power than me. So you can already see the parallels I'm making to Hungry Crab here, right? It's a card that's really good against Darkens. Specifically, it is really good against Neferi, because baseline, it already has more stats than Neferi. But the more Neferis that are on the board, it gets bigger, right? And the idea is that I gain +1 for each Darken in play. That's like on play. So when it's on the board and the skill for the Obliterate is happening, it will have that stat. So if you have a board full of Darkens and your opponent has a board full of Darkens, this thing has +11. Yeah, it has +11. So it can basically obliterate anything baseline on the board, right? But if your opponent only has Aatrox and you play this, it will do nothing, because it will be 5 and your opponent's Aatrox is 6. So I already know the issues with this card. I already understand what the problem is with this card as far as playability and like how viable it is. Because it really only ever will exist if Darkins are so strong that there's, like, nothing else to do with it. But it's also, like, just a card I couldn't resist making, and based on the lore that it had, this was, like, the best way to make it viable was, like, as some kind of dark encounter without making it, like, so overly busted that it's a main deck and everything. Hungry Crab, yeah, specific tech card, but that is kind of Hearthstone's gimmick with tech cards. Okay, I see. You can absolutely generalize this. LOR tech cards already include anti-equipment or anti-landmark stuff. I'm missing the point with it being a unit at the moment. Well, the reason for it being a unit is just the fact that it's, like, what Darkins fear. So, like, it's meant to be, like, it's meant for your opponent to fear it too if it goes off. With that name sounds like a slow speed spell. Okay, I mean, like, if you guys think it sounds like it could be a slow speed spell, the problem is I just don't know how to make it, like... If I make it a slow speed spell, then you have to just make it, like, a 8 or 9 mana card. But then if it's an 8 or 9 mana card, why wouldn't you just make it, like... Why wouldn't you just play Castigate instead, you know what I mean? All I'm hearing is run this with Targon for hand buffs, then you can obliterate Aatrox. I mean, like, yeah, like, if you really wanted to, like, go hard against Darkin, you could very well go for hand buffs and stuff. The name is funny to me. I want to, you know what, let's watch the Neferi trailer together. Just so I can show you guys, like, why I thought this was so cool. Okay. So, we're gonna watch this real quick, chat. In fact, I'm not even going to show you the whole thing. I just want to get to the part where, like, we get to, like, Neferi turns in, you know, she gets bitten by all these dogs, and now she's, like, going through her mental existential crisis, right? Where she's like, I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know what's happening to me. I don't know what's going to happen. And then for, like, she's trying to break free, right? You can see, like, from, like, the hands that are coming out of the sword, like, she's trying to get out. She's trying to not be stuck to this vessel, but she can't get out. She's stuck. But then look, like, she gets eaten by this thing, right? It shows up for no more than, like, 3 seconds in the trailer itself. But, like, man, does this thing look sick. So that's why I was just like, I see that thing, and that needs to exist. That needs to be a thing. Hang on. Like, I don't know what it's supposed to be. But I was like, this needs to exist. And this was just like, as like an anti-darken tech card was the only way that we could make that work reasonably, I think. So that's my excuse. Lots of eyes. Yeah, there's some name for the fear of things with lots of eyes. I don't remember what it is, but if you have that, the past, like, 5 minutes of stream have probably not been very pleasant for you, and I'm sorry. Looks like the collective consciousness of the dog pack eating her to join the pack. I mean, that could be it. I just, like... As an alternate spell or skill, you can say something like, obliterate all non-champion Darken and equipment in play and in hand, inspired by She Who Wanders text. The thing is that, like, I'm metaphobia. So, I'm sorry, are you saying it's metaphobia? Metaphobia? I don't know why I thought that was so funny. It's really not that funny. But I wanted this thing to hit champions. Like, I specifically want it to hit champions. A, because, like, I put this in here as, like, a way to, oh my god, I have that. Alright, we'll switch off this card and go to the next one. So, I had to be very careful with this card. Because Shurima already has a card that lets like cats start a free attack. So I was like, we should just have one for dogs, right? Like we need some dog love. And Shurima also needs like, I think Shurima having like very specific rallies could be really cool for the region going forward. Like all rallies that are like hyper specific to something, whether that be like the Emperor's deck or cats or something. So that's why I ended up making this. I had to be super careful though. I'll need to see what existing tech stuff deliberately including champs as their intended targets. Yeah, I couldn't think of anything. That's why I like kind of just went and did my own thing. But man, Hound's Pursuit, I initially had it as just like summon a dog ally from your deck starting a free attack. But that makes Nasus very strong because he is a dog. And I was like, I can't allow this. Can I ask if this is a custom card because it looks so real? It is a custom card. This is most definitely a custom card, Lemonade. How are you doing today? This is a set. This is the custom set for Nefiri cards that I made. I was originally going to make a YouTube video on this. I don't know that I'm going to do that. Nasus 6 cost, by the way. Yes, so yeah, Nasus is 6, which is why I specifically made this 5 cost or less. Because I originally did not have it as 5 cost or less. I originally just had it as summon a dog ally from your deck, it starts a free attack. Which means that you could just only have Nasus as your thing, and then this, like, 11/11 starts a free attack. Like, that's just, for 4 mana. That just seemed a little busted. So I had to, had to stop that one. This can still be strong. Like, if you have a leveled Nefiri in your deck, leveled Nefiri will just, like, for 4 mana, summon a full squad of Nefiris attacking. So yeah, like, I like the thought of Shurima having super specific rally cards. I think that this has synergy with Nefiri. Could potentially be too strong if you already have Nefiri leveled. So I could see there needing to be, like, mana increase or something to this, like maybe like 5 or 6 mana. But I think until Nefiri is leveled, this card, like, isn't super strong on its own. We have now increased the total of Nefiris in the deck from 13 to 16 because of this card. Because now you can do this and get a Nefiri on the board, for those who are keeping track at home. As you can tell, the whole point of Nefiri as a deck is to just be the, like, embodiment of the printer deck that a lot of people like to do without needing to do the printing step. So you just always have Nefiris in the deck that you're just constantly pumping out. It'd be really cool if I had a way to play test this, but without, like, physically printing the cards and then, like, having friends to play them with, I wouldn't have a way to do that, right? And I think we have 2 more cards left to go. I don't remember what the second card is. Wait, hang on. No, we have 1 more card left, because the second card is just something I did for the thumbnail. So it's not actually a real card. But yeah, if no one has any, like, questions or comments about this one, we're going to move on to the last card, which is Call of the Pack. I don't even remember what this does. 5 mana slow speed Shurima card. Pick an ally with 3 or less, with cost 3 or less. Summon all copies of it from your deck. They are ephemeral. Tabletop Simulator, here we go. I mean, that could be cool. Tabletop Simulator and LOR. Be a bit of an undertaking if someone hasn't already been doing it. But you could do that. I think it'd be really hard to do puff caps. Like, really, really hard to do puff caps, but you could. But yeah. I don't remember making this card, if I'm going to be honest with you. So I don't know that this was, like, anything I was really married to. And it's really only relevant to Nefiri. And it's like a last-ditch effort type thing. So I don't know that I'm even in love with this card. Like, it's kind of an anticlimactic way to end the custom set. is with a card that I'm not even in love with. But I just, like, remembered that I had this and wanted to do something with it. So that's how we ended up with this. Yeah, I genuinely, why does Call the Pack have Nefiri coding? Well, I mean, it's, it is Nefiri. That's actually, like, the custom set we're doing. Would it be necessary to have it say summon copies from your deck until the board is full? Oh, so you mean so that, like, it doesn't, like, overflow and start summoning Nefiris that just, like, aren't on board? I could see the wording needing to change. It's been a minute. Yeah, no problem. I hope you've been doing well. Excuse me. But yeah. I don't know. I feel like this card definitely needs to be changed somehow, but I don't know how you would change it. Because, like, ultimately at the end of the day, Nefiri's design in League is very linear. It's like dash and summon more units. That's, like, what she does in League. So, like, it's very hard to come up with, like, cards around her abilities that, like, makes sense. I guess the thing that could be cool with Call of the Pack is if you are on some kind of, like, let's say, like, the 1-mana Wraith in Shadow Isles. I don't remember what it's called, but the proliferating Wraith. Like, imagine Call of the Pack with this card, right? Where you can just get, like, a bunch of this thing on the board. And they're ephemeral copies. Well, they're not copies. They're just ephemeral of this thing, right? Out of all the cards so far, it seems the most believable to be an LOR. Oh yeah, I bet. Like, okay. I don't make custom cards with the intent of them being like I don't make these custom cards with the intent of them being like what the LOR developers would make. I make them with the intent of what I would want to see in the game, and then I just try to make them, like, fit the narrative of what LOR goes for, right? As far as, like, design philosophy and, like, wording. So it's, like, I don't, like, intentionally, like, go into it trying to make it a Legends of Runeterra card. I make it a cool card I'd want to see, and then I go for, like, making it believable and stuff. So a card that, like, some of these cards in this set have been, like, kind of niche. But yeah, as far as, like, other cheese, I think, like, the other, like, main cheese you could probably do with something like this is, what's his face? Undying. Did you forget Call the Pack from Freljord? That's not a real card. You made that up. I kind of interpret that as the same thing. Make new concepts while being faithful to LOR mechanics. I mean, okay. I guess the way I described it was kind of garbage. I worry about making it faithful to LOR mechanics after the fact. So sometimes I don't always go all the way there. Which is evident with some of the Yu-Gi-Oh! To LOR cards that we did earlier in the stream. And even ones that I still haven't released yet. Because some of those are really confusing. Or just, like, very, like, not LOR, but, like, are really interesting. But yeah, so I don't know if I'm going to make this a video. But I guess I'll just, like, say here, just to have an outro for this. Like, I had fun making this. I don't know that I'll make a whole lot of more other custom LOR cards going forward. We'll see. It'll entirely depend. But if you did enjoy this, make sure to hit that like button and make sure to hit the subscribe button. I have a bunch of other videos in this series of making custom cards, so you can always go back and rewatch those. I will say that I am proud of every card that I have made. I like everything that I have made, and I feel good about everything that I've made, except for this one card that's on the screen. But overall, like, I had fun making these. I'd love to keep making custom cards for stuff. It's just a matter of finding something that sparks my interest. Naming infringement. No. See, if you just deny that it exists, then it's not an issue. Okay, we should probably actually play the video game now, right? Call the pack with a level 2 Ezreal. Just name one Call of the Pack and the other Call of the Pack. Well, that's exactly what it is. This is Call of the Pack. How you doing today, Durs? That's not a real card, guys. There's no card called Call the Pack. You guys are gaslighting me. See, there's Call the Wild. There's Call the Wild. That's not the pack. That's the Wild. That's totally different. Yeah, no, it doesn't exist. Nice try, chat. Trying to gaslight me. Ha ha ha. Wait, is that still on screen? Alright, so we're actually going to try to play the video game, right? What were we trying to do? I wanted to play with some of the cards that got changed, right? Which was like, what? Master Yi got changed, but I'm not really sure how you'd use Master Yi. What's the 7-mana Freljord spell called? The 7-mana Freljord spell? That is called Wings of the Cryo Phoenix. That is a 7-mana Freljord spell. Like, is there actually something we can do with Samira, or is she still unplayable? Because I feel like the change didn't really help her. The one with the Wildcats on it? Winter's Breath. That's Winter's Breath. You know, we're just going to play some Kaisa. Because I don't know what else to craft. I could go back and start doing the A to Z challenge, but I want to play, like, a game or two of, like, something that got changed. I don't know. Should we play Kaisa Evelyn? Was that actually a good deck, or was that kind of, like, whatever? Actually, I don't know if we even run this. Pack mentality, see? You may not be super proud of Call of the Pack, but that one might be the most faithful, accurate to LOR. I approve. Hey, look, like, that's the funny thing is that, like, I feel like that's just the way it is with creating things, right? Like, it's one thing that maybe you specifically are not, like, super thrilled about, but it ends up being, like, the best performing thing that you have. Like, it's actually wild how that works out, like, so often. There is still the naming and the lurk spell. Yeah. you know. Oh, wait, this thing got buffed too, right? Let's see. I don't remember what we actually need to run in this deck. But I think this is a card that we need to run. Do I need to run Domination? Blimp Pack Poacher can catch an Elder Dragon now, a broken ambush unit. Alright, fine. We should run it then, right? We should just run this thing. Maybe we're cutting this. We can run Hate Spike. Now that there's an Evelyn in the deck, it kind of does something. I kind of want to run, like, Void Gate. I forgot to add the cap, but no. I think actually, like, this is actually, if anything, a perfectly good time to run that card. You definitely need a Steam or Gen. You mean I have participated in some card stuff. I know from experience it's hard to avoid drinking your own Kool-Aid, so to speak. So I don't even know if I think it's that. I think it's more like I just have one way of envisioning something, and then it ends up that, like, there's a totally better way to do it than what I'm thinking, and that's totally fine. That's also, like, I don't know. I try to stream myself doing these cards and stuff just because I don't want it to be too circle jerky. Like, I intentionally don't want it to be like that. Like, I want people to give me feedback. I want people to have opinions and stuff. I think it just makes the game more fun. And makes creating games more fun, right? Creating cards. I know what you mean. How you doing today, Slayer? It's like the main reason why I don't post my custom cards on Reddit when I do make them. A, because I think that there's a lot of custom cards that I make at one time. I try to do like sets of like 10 to 20 when I do make them because I want to have a full set. But at the same time, I feel like every time that I look at cards on Reddit, like, I'll look at the cards and think, like, oh, that kind of looks fine. I think that looks like a decent card. And then, like, all the comments are people, like, completely and utterly dumpstering the card. And it's like, I get that not everything can be a banger to everyone, but it just feels, like, kind of awful to, like, to be like that. I don't know. Maybe that's just me, but, like, it just feels bad to crap on people who are just trying to have fun making cards that they think are good, you know? I like that you look for more interesting ways to play than just copying the top tier min-max top DPS builds. Yeah, I mean, like, I just want to, like, especially now with, like, the way the game is, and I don't think there's a ton of people trying to, like, innovate at the moment. I'm just trying to, like, make things that I think sound cool, right? When it comes to, like, deck building. And I'm also not very good at deck building, so. Actually, you know what? We're going to go back to saying Kasai. It's been determined. We're going to start saying Kasai again. Reddit comments are why I stopped making custom cards for a while. Yeah, no, exactly. Doing well, how about you? I'm doing alright. I didn't watch the entire early part, but what was the effect of the Darkened Dagger knife, whatever? Oh, it didn't have an effect. The Darkened Dagger did not have an effect on its own. The Darkened Dagger was just quick attack. You know what I can do? I think I have these all on an Imgur. Let me just see real quick. Do I have this on an Imgur? Because if so, then I'm just gonna post the Imgur link and you guys can look at it. Quick attack and effect? No, quick attack's a keyword. Effects are the text. That's my opinion on it. You can disagree. Just that's how I, like. Okay. Someone tell me if this Imgur link works. I don't know if this will show you guys. I don't know if when you open that, if that'll show you. But that's the Imgur link to the cards. Just so that people who came in late can see them. Not like the weapon is attacking without the unit? Or is it? Okay, we've been streaming for like almost 2 hours, and I haven't played a single game of this video game, so we should probably do that. Wait, don't I have a skin for either of you? No, I don't. Okay. Yeah, I got your picture. I'm coming with you. I can't think of a LOR champ to replace Maria. Can anyone think of a 3-syllable champ to replace the word Maria with? Or, I mean, technically 4 syllables if you want. You could also do 4 syllables. It doesn't have to be 3, but 3 would work better. Kisante? That's not a real champ. What's the context? You ever listen to the song Dear Maria, Count Me In by All Time Low? One of my favorite bands.
Warm your body, warm your soul.
Malzahar?
I sculpt what others only dream of.
I'll listen now. Dear Maria, Count Me In is by far one of my favorite songs.
Now that's a bit better.
Oh, go for it, buddy. Hey, broker, how you doing today? See, it's just like it doesn't flow as well. Dear Ezreal, count me in. Yeah, like, because it's supposed to be Dear Maria, count me in. Like, I almost think Malzahar fits better. I honestly almost think it fits better. Unironically.
How about you live a little?
I got your picture. I'm coming with you. Dear Malazar, count me in.
You're all welcome.
There's a story at the bottom of this, at this ray. How much mana does this cost? 3? Oh, sick. Camille, Yoic, how you doing today? Eve Kaisa was buffed. Yeah, no, it just got buffed.
Take a load off.
Wait, how did this... Oh, okay. I think if you change the enunciation, Cassidin might work. Hype for new patch. Hey, I mean, I'm liking this card. Wait, how many more do you need? Wait, how do you have Scout? Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, was this... When you summon an ally or an ally dies. Wait, I didn't remember that. Wait, that's funny. Poster animation is good for tilting. I'm glad we really got into the Dear Maria thing, by the way. So wait, I think... Well, she doesn't have a keyword anymore. Like, damn. Like, I could summon Kaisa, but then she just dies to this thing, right? Titanic Kaisa is a hype. Is it? What did you get? Oh, Evolve. I think I want to give my Kaisa all these keywords. Also, I don't know why they did this. I got right. Fearsome is so good here. Wait, you're right. Wait, I don't even... Wait, hang on. You're right. Wait, I don't even need to block. Wait, I don't even need to drag these. You're right. Wait. I didn't even think about that. I literally don't even have to... I totally forgot about that. I mean, I could still try to kill this, but I think if they have... No, I mean, if they had form up, they would have used it by now, right? I just noticed something. Kaisa with 5 HP means her base stats makes her a good blocker. I mean, she doesn't gain power, though. Like, am I crazy? Like, you guys, like, didn't she used to get +1/+1 on level? Now she doesn't.
Let's get to fighting.
Hey, Skydoll, how you doing today? Well, welcome. Just stopping by to let me know. Yeah-huh.
The void will never understand. Me.
Kaisa never got +1/+1 on level. Really? People found a way to catch the merchants in Pow World? I didn't realize you couldn't catch the merchants in Pow World. I literally thought that was just, like, always a thing.
Breathe it in.
Okay. Imagine having everything prismatic except Galio. Wait, hang on, you're right. Wait, you're right. They've literally had everything. I got your picture. I'm coming with you. Dear Casa didn't let me in. There you go.
In, might comes out.
Dude, I mean, look, man. If it works, it works, alright?
They'll keep retreating.
Alright, I need to grab some water. I really need to grab more water. I'll be right back. Make it count when I'm the one that's feeding your lane. There's a... I need to think of something good. I really am struggling on the... There's a story at the bottom of this bottle, Nom the Pen. I'm struggling on a way to make that make sense. If I could make that make sense, I think we have something here. I actually kind of like keeping these. Also, we're back. Man, Skydoll, if you did actually leave, then this isn't going to make any sense. But if you didn't actually leave and you're here, how on earth did people... I thought, like, you could just always catch the merchants. I didn't realize there was, like, something special that had to happen. I want to force them into thinking that this is the, one that has Spell Shield. I don't want to give Overwhelm on this board. Challenger's probably fine, but we should probably develop Evelyn first.
Where there is life, there is hope.
I'm always ready to play.
I don't remember how this works. I think I do want Lifesteal. I want to play Void Gate. I think we're going to play Void Gate first. Did Kaisa really never get +1/+1 on level up, even after her nerf? I don't remember that. I thought she always got +1/+1.
Mind if I slip into something a little more painful?
Kaisa just felt so good, it feels like she was an extra +1/+1. Gotcha. Yeah, maybe I'm just not paying enough attention. I think she's always only got the evolved buff, but might misremember. You can read patch notes. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense that she'd only get it from that. It makes sense. I just, like, thought I remembered differently.
Scream for me. I want more.
Imagine card gamers reading more than needed. Yeah. No, imagine. I mean, I will gladly trade one of these things in. You can have your 3 health. Well, so here's the thing, is that, like, it says grant a unit and me each other's positive keywords, but Evelyn... Oh, I see what happened. Okay. I see what you're saying. That could have been cool. I guess I was just thinking about giving this thing keywords, right? But I guess I can now. Even though she's not gonna level. Yeah, so now she has evolve, okay. I do just need to kind of swing in with everything here. Because, like, the opponent's been able to do nothing for a while. But that's not great for me. It got lifesteal, otherwise it is only elusive from Ev getting... Not too bad. Yeah. I mean, I probably could have also given this thing the elusive, fearsome lifesteal. Just to have 2 elusive units, but... Hey, Elvin, how you doing today? Welcome, welcome. I don't even have a bowl cut. I don't even have a bowl cut, like, especially right now.
Harder. Okay.
It's a deck with Karma. Doing nothing is winning. Yeah, that's fair. We'll trade this thing in, because it does give buffs to the deck.
You cannot win.
Looks like a bowl cut to me. Sir Tournament. Oh, okay, guys. Alright, like, the only thing that looks bowl cut about this is that I have a hat hair right now, alright? This doesn't look anything like a bowl cut. What are you talking about? Y'all. Like, it'd be one thing if it was kind of true. But it's not even. It's not even. Chat savage tonight for real. Everyone making fun of my custom cards. Everyone telling me that I have a bowl cut. Baby rage. How you doing today, though, Sir Turvid? Glad to see you. I'm glad that you came in right as we were getting our ass kicked by Karma Set. Or, I'm sorry. Just Karma. No Set. How's the new patch? Well, I like Kaisa. I like Kaisa, so I am happy that enjoying thick Kaisa. The thing is that, like, I don't know that I've really had a good chance to, like, utilize thick Karma. You know what I mean? We've just kind of been, like, playing against random nonsense lately. I'm doing well. I'm out of state this week. So sad because I didn't play new patches much. Yeah, I feel that. Unfortunate. But we also have an Evolved A-Bomb, so... This Karma deck is annoying. It does seem annoying. Yeah, no, I am, you know, actually, I should probably update you guys a little bit. I was, going to do, like, a LOR tournament when I went to Germany later this year. I think, effectively, that's, like, not happening anymore. And, like, mostly just because I don't want to, like, set this all up and then, like, there's nowhere to do it because all the computers are, like, not real anymore. I don't know if that makes sense. Like, not, if, like, I go there and, like, all the, like, computer cafes uninstall LOR from their computers and, like, people have to play on their phones, I I don't think that it'd exactly be worth setting up. Kaisa got a BBL this patch. You can just reinstall it. I mean, the thing is, I have to ask those companies to do it, right? I wouldn't be able to just do it myself. We should probably just play another unit. We don't do cafes anymore in Europe. We don't do cafes anymore? What does that mean? What do you mean you don't do cafes anymore? Also, I don't mean like a normal cafe. Like, these are like specifically internet cafes. Like, where they, the whole idea is you go there and, please attack in with that karma. Alright, well, they didn't. Do I even bother with this? I'm not in Germany, but I think the pandemic killed their profits too. Happened here. Interesting. Internet cafes are kind of dead, not gonna lie. Well, so, like, I had... Alright, let me put it to you this way. Just to kind of go over how far into this process I was. I had, like, a whole, like, conversation started with some, I don't know if I call them internet cafes or LAN centers. But, like, I had a whole thing set up with those, right? Like, there was already, like, plans to have something happen, but I think that those are gonna fall through, so... Unfortunate, but... Yeah. You know what? I don't want to play this video game anymore. I've learned that I don't have to waste any time in this game that I don't want to. So, we're just not going to. LAN Center is very different. I mean, effectively, they're the same thing. They're a place where you have computers. And they serve, like, drinks and food and stuff. So, maybe in Europe they're different, but in America they're essentially the same. Because we don't really have internet cafes in the, like, traditional sense. So all of our internet cafes just happen to be gaming LAN centers. But yeah. Like, I had a whole thing that, like, I started a, like, conversation with one of the centers that was out there in, Frankfurt. And then, yeah, it just, I don't think it's gonna happen, anymore. Nidalee? What are you talking about Nidalee for? I don't think I even have Nidalee in this deck. Oh, Nidalee and her... Hang on, I missed someone's chat. Nidalee and her ambushes are far and away my favorite cards. Played that to Masters in the Siren Song Fizz meta. Interesting. You have ambush units and I saw Shurima. Sorry, I wasn't talking about your thing. I was talking about my mods talking about Shurima kicking my brother in the ass. I was talking about that comment when I said the Nidalee thing. I had not seen your comment. I'm sorry. How you doing today, Burser? Welcome, welcome. Aren't Dunkin' Donuts and Starbucks basically internet cafes? No. Dunkin' Donuts and Starbucks are not internet cafes. Because they're just cafes that happen to have internet access. An internet cafe is like a cafe where you have, they're a cafe where you have, like, actual computers set up for people to access the internet. If that makes sense. I think the most popular version of internet cafe is a bakery or cafe where you bring your own laptop and work from their, yeah, so you see, that's not, like, what they are traditionally here in the U.S. Cafe with internet versus internet with a cafe? Yeah, kinda. Isn't that just the library here? Well, that's what I'm saying, is that, like, in the U.S., like, libraries do have that, but they're not a cafe, because typically in libraries, you're not bringing food into the library. Still wish they would have just increased prices of old passes to 15 or 20 and put them in the rewards tab. I think, in my personal opinion, I think that the game needed a little bit more love than that. But that's just my opinion. That's just one dude on the internet's opinion.
Slip on in, slip on under.
I bring food all the time. Yeah, most libraries in the U.S., at least ones that I've been to, you cannot bring your own food in. Because, you know, they have books and shit, and they don't want you ruining their books and shit with your food and shit. I think traditional internet cafes are dead. Yeah. I can agree to that.
A clear mind. Was hoping you'd stop by. She's been missing you.
Has she? Maybe I'll satisfy her cravings. Mind if I slip into something a little more painful?
But yeah, that's just my my thoughts on the matter. In my opinion, that would have stemmed the bleeding while they fixed a few core things.
I love it when they scream.
I know a
Let's see.
place.
Let's do this, I guess. Also, picking skins for champs that are either banned or bad at the moment is really not helping. You mean like the Aurelia skin? I just realized with the change to hate spike that my Mord Evelyn deck is still unchanged. There you go. Zami, how you doing today? Are we on Kaisa Overwhelm and Spell Shield follower, or did you cut those? I cut both of those. Not like for any reason other than that I was just like picking different cards to play, right?
Blade and mind.
I'm not saying that this is like the most optimized Kaisa Evelyn deck. This is just like one that I kind of made in like a few seconds. It looks good. They did a good job on her. Did a good job on that Ari Coven skin too, but why?
Back on the prowl.
Let's see. I mean, is there any reason to even do this strike? Mort Evelyn is unchanged, but Nico Elder got nerfed hard. Yeah, Nico Elder Dragon is big sad. What's Master Yi's champ spell? It's Wuju, right? Yeah, it's Wuju. Also, did you guys notice that Master Yi's level 2 is still 3 mana? Did you guys know that? Meditate is the second part of that spell? Yeah. Anything Elder getting nerfed is a joyous day. What's the first part? Sleeper, we literally just had this conversation. If you didn't alt-tab your ears the second that I start talking every time, you would have heard me the first time. I'm just saying, bro. What was the first spell they played? Oh, right, the Cataclysm.
Scream for me.
That's exactly what happened. I know it was exactly what happened. Believe me, I am well aware that that is exactly what happened. Numbers ruining my little bit of fun. Your little bit of fun involves giving me a headache every time. I think I'm justified. I think we're good, homie. F you too, Madge. I hope Nico Elder flips Nico turn 4 every game and you and...
Yes,
Oh.
I bite.
Yoink. Oh, recalling it. Okay, but now the Master Yi has to, like, pick and choose how it's gonna, attack.
I don't do
Yeah?
meditation. You are a fledgling child feeling his arms.
Like, I'd be worried if she didn't summon a Husk on level 1. Or on round start, right?
Blade and body.
They're gonna go for the Evelyn here.
Right.
I'm out here, being one of the only dub enjoyers. Dub of what? I'm still salty the day everyone was talking about sub versus dub, not a single person said English dub. I am so like, I feel like I'm living in a different world than you, Sleeper, because every time that people talk about sub versus dubbed, I'm always saying that, like, there is a world where subbed is better than dubbed. It's not all the time, and it's not, like, always, but, like, let me put it to you this way, alright? Does this thing have elusive, by the way? It does not, so I do need to drag and try to kill something here. But I do have overwhelm, so I should do damage. And then, what else was I gonna say? Like, there are some shows where, like, subbed is definitely 100% always better. And then, like, Dragon Ball Z. Like, you cannot get me to watch that show. You cannot get me to watch that show, subbed. Like, that show is objectively better voice cast in the English dub. I will fight anyone who tells me otherwise. I'm sorry. Yeah, but it depends on what it is. Some dub kind of suck, so I end up watching sub anyway. Yeah, I mean, So here's the thing. If I am watching a show for the first time, and it's a very popular English show, like, Demon Slayer or Naruto or one of those shows, I will watch it. I will watch it. Dubbed. I will watch it dubbed. Sorry, I'm trying to. My brain is all over the place with chat and the game, but like I will watch it dubbed, and that's mainly just because I want to enjoy the story and the show and the animation. If it's a show that's like not super popular or is like kind of niche popular, like for example the show what's it called, Solo Leveling, right? I will watch that subbed because either A, it's only available subbed, or it's just like Spy Family. So I started watching Spy Family. I started watching that with dubbed, but I wanted to keep watching it, and it wasn't available dubbed, so I had to switch to subbed, and now it's just so hard to get back. Like, that's honestly the hardest part. What Funko line do you collect? I only collect Funkos that have a sticker, so it doesn't matter the line. If it's like a sticker and it's a cool one, I'll buy it. And I have a few Yu-Gi-Oh ones. I like sub Dragon Ball. I still watch super subbed. I'm not saying that subbed is bad. It's just like, I think that the dubbed is better. And I don't think like that's a show that you can have the like subbed is better than dubbed debate. Because it's just like I think Martin said, it's just like, it's not a debate. I remember the big green dark. Oh, let that child alone. J-Broad, how you doing today? For me, it is what I have been exposed to first. Dragon Ball Z, Bebop. Yeah. No. I totally agree with that. That's what I was saying about the Spy Families. That it's so hard to go back and watch something else when, like, I've already had that one experience. Also, German dub for almost everything is terrible. The only part of German dub is the One Piece. Interesting. Who the F is this? This is a card that exists in the game. Well, you don't remember it?
How could we possibly have prepared for this?
Who said that? Wait, what character said that? Wait, what? Who said, how could we possibly have prepared for this?
Don't worry. It's not like
Oh, she did?
time.
Dragon Ball Z is a special case because the best dub for it has become so iconic. Yeah, no, agreed.
You are. Don't waste my time.
I totally agree with that. Spell Shield said that? Oh, this thing said it? Okay. So Sleeper lied to me. Makes sense. Naruto dub was good. I did... So, here's the shows that I have definitely watched dubbed that I really liked. Dragon Ball Z, Naruto, Bleach, and Rurouni Kenshin. Those three shows, love them. I've actually been watching the remake of Rurouni Kenshin. I know a lot of people like have mixed feelings about the animation for it, but I like it. But in Bleach dub, he says Bankai, not Bankai. I've heard of the last two, never saw them. Oh, Bleach in Rurouni Kenshin. Rurouni Kenshin is probably one of my favorite animes, like, ever. And then followed closely by Overlord. Try Bleach in Origins. In Origins? The 5/5 stats feel so good. I think after this game, I'm going to play Elder Dragon. Because I am supposed to be doing the A to Z challenge. That's what I advertised today and what I made a thumbnail for. So we should probably actually do that at some point. I prefer Evangeline in the OG dub. I have actually not watched Evangeline. It's a show I want to watch. And a show that I feel like I should watch. But I have not yet. Admittedly. It's 5 a.m. here. Brain not working much today. No, you're good. You're good. No need to worry. Herald a spell shield unit levels Kaisa. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to play this thing as the, as this. And then, because I think they're going to try to respond to kill something, and then we do this. I think that's the best course of action. To this day, Rurouni Kenshin's author not being behind bars surprises me. Yeah, no, look, I love the show. I did not say anything about the original creator. There is definitely some big issues there. Some definite issues there. He, for lack of a better word, he, the author for Rurouni Kenshin, has, like, I don't know what you'd call it, but, I think, if I understand the situation correctly, it's like, he had a lot of, CP on his computer. I'll put it that way. I think that's what it was. I don't remember exactly, but I think that's what it was. And, CP, yes. Cyberpunk, right? Yeah. No, he had some Cyberpunk. Yeah.
I am the hunter.
Child stuff. Yeah. That's a good way of putting it.
The void doesn't wait. Neither should we.
I don't really want to trade Evelyn for no reason.
That was hot. Back on the prowl.
Brash.
Time. They need time.
Only show I want to watch right now is called Shinzo. I mean, I really liked Solo Leveling. I think it was at the author of Long Horizon, wasn't it? No, I think it was both. Stop, Sleeper. Not even funny. I don't really like the thought of, like, losing this for free. So maybe I do just, like, cast... I don't know. Like, they're not going to have a lot of quick speed spells.
The tension is unbearable.
What do they say in English? I don't know what you're talking about.
I know how to destroy them.
I don't know what that is, so I don't know.
Time to eat.
Save the children.
Why did you have Brash? Yeah, you see, Sleeper, I don't... You're asking the wrong person. I don't know.
You'll just leave. They all leave.
Are you different?
About a futuristic world where humans are almost extinct. Interesting. I had never heard of it. Then remember, Japan is a country with... oh, yeah. Yeah, definitely... not very cash money, the things that people get away with. I guess I could just pick this, right?
Speak to me.
I,
Tell me what
I still haven't watched Attack on Titan Season 2 because the anime service I use has every season but Season 2. So I am, wait, what? How, wait, what? Interesting. Huh. Interesting. What anime service do you use? Well, keep in mind that they're in Germany, so... I don't know if that still stops it. It might. Oh, it actually just fizzles. Oh, that I didn't know. Alright, let me gobble that up. Okay, that's fine.
That was hot.
Yeah, because that stops people before. Yeah. Best anime is Restored Sun. This Champs animation uncut version. Yeah. Well, thank you for this thing, idiot. Yoink. Best anime is the SpongeBob anime. The first 3 seasons were peak.
You work.
SpongeBob anime is fire.
At least.
Now I can't tell if y'all are kidding or not.
I should stamp you out like the insect you are. Impress me.
Alright, I think that we're definitely turning this game around now. What happened? Does anyone know if I have a captured unit? If I overplay on top of it, does it obliterate what they had, or does it, like, just summon something else? Okay, well, I guess we don't get to find out. You release? Okay.
Impress me. I'm so alone. Don't waste my time.
It releases? Gotcha. Unironically, a dude named Narmek has made anime opening endings involving SpongeBob. Interesting. I didn't realize this was a real thing you guys were talking about. I thought we were memeing. I mean, if this last card is Quicksand, they get one more turn to play. Only silence obliterates. Okay. Star Wars as anime into is also a thing. Interesting. I'll give you my Prime sub if you live react. I don't know what that video is, and I don't want to live react to something blindly. If I at least knew the context, I'd consider it, but I don't. So unfortunately, until I know more, no deal. I don't remember what this deck is supposed to be, but I think I'm just gonna play this. We have a buffed Elder Dragon, so we're gonna try to get back on the A to Z grind, and we're gonna try to win a game with this Elder Dragon deck. since he is buffed. I DM'd it to you so you can see the thumbnail. Oh my god. Bubble Bass arc. I feel like I have seen this. Trust me, this is the one time Sleeper is sending that good shit. The one time Sleeper is sending that good shit. After this game. We'll do it after this game. How about that? This is actually like an amazing hand for this matchup. I almost forgot.
I'll shoot the wings off a bilge wasp.
Buffed Elder. Baseline. Baseline stats buff.
I heard the war song in the waves. Knocked and ready.
I mean, this is not a good matchup. I don't know that we can win this.
Remember the objectives. Make the Empire proud.
At this point, we're just praying.
Explosives primed.
Although, technically speaking, I can, Winter's Touch into Rond. Trust in the heart of Freljord, Yugi. Hey, you! Trust in the heart of the Freljord! Seabass, welcome, welcome. How you doing today? We just got done playing your favorite champ. We just got done playing Kaisa. Damn, that enemy is fire. Was the buff as fake as it looked on patch? I mean, I'm gonna be real with you, right? I played Kaisa Evelyn, and I don't think that that's the most optimal way to play Kaisa. It might be, but I don't think it is. And, I don't know, it felt fine to me. We played a bad version, so hard to say, yeah. I still had fun doing it, but, yeah, I can't say that it was a great version of the deck. I mean, if they develop next turn, we actually just kind of, like, turn this game back. Can anyone tell me why they made an Aurelia skin? Probably because I'll give you three options and you can pick your favorite. First one is they forgot that she was rotated. B, she was in the works for a patch when they, she was in the works for a patch where they will be releasing her from rotation on the next rotation, because that was supposed to happen in the next month or two. Rotation change. So it is possible that they are changing, they would be changing her so that she gets put into the game. And this was a skin that was in development and done already, and they're just trying to push out everything that they could. Or the third option is they were planning on making Eternal format matter more. So those are your two options. And I will, again, let you pick your favorite. Okay, hear me out. We play Kaisa, Zillion, and Eternal, and play Shurima Vandal so we can clone keywords from Arsenal. You love Arsenal, don't you? Well, wait, hang on. Don't I just do this? Don't I just wipe your board? Did everyone get their free stuff from past events premium pass? I did, yeah. Wait, aren't you just dead? Didn't you just lose the video game, friend? Wait, did we actually just win? Alright, first attempt with Elder Dragon and we won. Alright.
The snow is red from our foes.
The snow is red because I have a urinary tract infection. What was I looking for? Oh, here we go. Bring out your popcorn. Here. Alright, let's copy this Elder Dragon deck. That was actually a very fast. I mean, considering that we had a couple attempts. Watch it, watch it. Hold on. Let me set this up, guys. Hold on. It is time, boys. Alright, let's see. What on earth is this?
A Narmak animation.
I swear, if this turns into, like, something stupid, Sleeper, you are getting banned.
店長大丈夫ですか
来たか、スポンジボブ。
カニバーガーがヤバいと聞いて急いで来ました何があったんですか太っちょバスは
もういない。奴は強くなっていた。わしでもこの店を守るので精一杯だった。
そんな
奴の狙いは初めから店ではなく。
Why would Bubble Bass want the
奴はいつ
secret
も
formula?
キルスのことすら知っていた。闇のバーガーに潜む秘密を封じるためにわしが作ったレシピ。
That Krabby Patty of Darkness.
もうこの世には数人しかいないというのに、一体どうやって、もしや。
まさか店長がやられるなんて
He defeated Mr. Krabs.
一刻も早く取り戻しに行かないと
すでにイカルドを向かわ
I've
せ
already sent Mr. Squidward
でも奴が
to
暗
try
い
to
そう
stop
に出る
Bubble
前
Bass
に取り戻さねば
before he crosses Jellyfish Fields.
一人で行かせたんですかそんなの死にに行くようなものじゃないですか
それでも、では
Even so, the secret formula must be protected at all costs.
じゃああなたはなんでまだここにいるんですかイカルドにもしものことがあったら
わしはここで店を守る義務がある。イカルドはこの職場がどういうところか知ってて今までやってきた。
Wait, I just need to see real quick, because this is a 14 long minute video. I don't know that I'm watching the entire thing. I just need to see, like... Did it say how long this took to make? Long-awaited episode is here. Watch Spongy Boy and Friends. So this is episode 1. They just start in the middle of the Bubble Bass thing. Bubble Bass, Mr. Krabs. Okay, so there's like a whole, like... voice cast for this. Except for SpongeBob. SpongeBob doesn't have anyone who has social media. Like, I feel like I'd be doing a disservice to the creator by watching the full thing on stream, but it is very interesting. It does look like nice, like, animation. Does anyone know how this was made? Like, did this dude actually, like, animate this? Was this, like, a team of people? Also, man, they've been going hard. This was only 11 days ago. SpongeBob is voiced by SpongeBob. Duh. Silly me. How could I be so... Naruto, I suppose. Will AI replace animation? So is this person, like, pro or against AI? It's actually kind of hard to tell. How I made SpongeBob into anime. I actually do want to see
Hi
this.
guys and gals, Narmak here. I know a lot of you are curious about how I make my animations. You guys ask a lot of questions, like what software I use, where I get the voice actors from, and how I manage to drudge on animating hours into the night, day after day, when I can simply free myself of this painful existence with the sweet release of death. Well,
I mean, yeah.
decided to finally show everyone a window into my creation process. And what better way to do that than to start with a behind-the-scenes look on the first episode of the SpongeBob anime. Sit back, relax, and enjoy to the max while I show you how I made the SpongeBob anime.
I'm just curious about, like...
Before we begin, there's a couple notables I wanted to point out.
Okay.
Numero uno. My word is not the animating gospel.
Got it.
Like I've said in the past, my process is just that. My process. It works well for me, and I believe...
Demonetized?
Too. But
What's
if you think you have
demonetized?
a better way of doing something, feel free to try it out and experiment. If you think you have a different software that would work better, or a technique that might be faster, or even drawing with your stinky little toes that would bring in a yummier result, then go for it. Second, I'll be breaking down almost every aspect of video creation.
Interesting.
Including
There's...
animation, music, voice acting, sound design, editing, and more. In most of my videos, I handle most of these categories, and it's so much work! But for the SpongeBob anime, I managed to gather a group of beautiful individuals who could assist my booty while I focus mainly on the animation. With that out of the way, my friends, let us begin.
So it seems like that I don't want to, like... I will probably watch this one on my own time. But, like... It seems like he does have, like, a whole, like... team of people that are helping him, and he does mostly the animation. Because, like, this just seems like a lot of work for one person. You know what I mean? He meant death, the snap card. Yeah, of course. But yeah, definitely interesting. You guys should definitely go and check that out. I don't want to watch the full thing on stream. But yeah, it's definitely interesting. This is a snap video. Please no demonetize. Yeah. Of course. Damn. So, the next champ is Elise. Is there anything, like, fun or interesting we can do with Elise that isn't just spiders? I actually don't need to do this anymore, because there aren't any cards that I don't own. But I do need to set this as standard. Like, I try to do these to, like, not be, like, just the meta deck that involve these cards, but, like... I actually don't know what to do with Elise, because really, like, the main thing to do with her is just spooters, right? I guess we could try, like, including just, like, all the spider cards. I don't want to include Nico. I'm sure Elise Scout is based. Elise Scouts? Interesting. I remember so many people wanted Vile Maul to, like, start a free attack on summon. What regions do we have here, by the way? Just Shadow Isles and Ferellier, or Shadow Isles and Noxus. Spiders just not big enough to keep up nowadays. Well, that's why you basically just go for, like, aggro with spiders usually, right? That's why it's normally an aggro deck. But other than just doing fearsome aggro, there's a 6-cost spider, isn't there? Yeah, these two. I mean, these are the only two actual spiders, because we're in all regions. Whatever you do involving Elise, good luck. Didn't I just make a joke about her yesterday? I feel like I was just talking about her yesterday, and I don't remember why. Also, we almost have her to level 5 mastery. Guys, put some ideas down for Elise. I need to use the bathroom. Like, I actually have to pee really bad. So I'll be right back. Don't leave, Sensei. At least Nocturne Fearsomes. We could just do that. Since, like, at this point, I don't know if the A to Z challenge is making it that far. Like, there's 115 champs in the game, and we're on 19. I don't know if we're going to be playing enough of this going forward to finish this. Rise is actually good. They changed one thing about him, and it's after he's, like, already, like, basically won the game, right? I know they played around with the rank LP values way back when, but this still feels suspiciously easy to rank up. I peaked Diamond in beta, but I just got it again now, and it took us so few games. It feels like the old climb to gold. I mean, I think part of that comes from Rise Shades was basically a 9. I think the changes to, like, the LP, like, are probably extenuated by, like, player base, right? And I think a lot of people, I don't know about lower ranks, but especially the higher rank you go, a lot of those people, like, have probably slowed down how much time they spend on this game in order to, like, find something else to put the majority of their time into. I don't even mean that to sound, like, negative. I'm just saying that as, like, a... kind of how it is. Let's see. Like, at 50% win rate, you slowly gravitate toward Diamond. Yeah. No, I know what you mean. But, I mean, you can't even necessarily blame LOR for that, because a lot of games are at that point. In Snap, you can literally have a negative win rate. You can have a win rate of, like, 40% and still climb. Like, it's actually ridiculous. Like, you can't necessarily just blame LOR straight up for that. So, you know, that's just kind of a trend that games take these days. They make it much easier to climb so players feel more incentivized to keep playing. Nothing wrong with that. Just, like, that's how it is. I'm thinking of going to bed or something. Well, I mean, if you need to go to bed because it's 5 a.m., definitely, like, do that. Like, don't feel like you have to stay up. Yeah, you're right. The player base definitely tanked. It's still worth noting how easy it is to climb now, and it feels the achievement for Diveman is diminished. I mean, and it's like I said, right? Like, part of it does just happen to be, like, part of it is just, like, how games are, like, designed these days to, like, try to incentivize players to stay. Can't stand Snap. Yeah, I mean, people are very, like, 50-50 on it. Like, they're either really into it or really against it. Still no reason to make second highest rank what people naturally gravitate towards. I could accept gold, but diamond. I see what you're saying. It feels weird to me to only have 12 card decks. How do you mean? Oh, you mean in Snap? I mean, that's not the thing that would, like, that, like, most people think about when it comes to Snap. Right? Like 12 card singleton decks can seem very strange. I get that. But, like, the gameplay of that game is fun. Like, it actually is a fun game to play. The problem is when you can't play the game because of how the rest of the game is designed. That's what gets me. Snap is weird to me. The cards don't actually kill each other. Yeah, I mean, it's not a combat-based game. It's a, like... I mean, you can destroy other players' cards. Like, that is a mechanic in the game. It's just not the main one. There are far bigger issues than 12 cards deck. Yeah. In Snap, you can win 1 out of 7 and still climb if you win, because 8 cubes. Yeah, exactly. It feels like Geezer game. I would almost say that it almost feels the opposite. It almost feels more like a, it almost feels more like a Zoomer game. Like, you can't stand longer games, so you can only do ones that are, like, 7 minutes. 6 minutes or whatever. Wolf, how you doing today? Welcome, welcome. Did I even... Okay, first and foremost, you need to be here. Take care, have to go now. Well, have a good night. Did you see the predict patch? I did. We actually talked about it on stream earlier. Lafia Sensei, ooh. I like you a lot. I don't know if I'm quite ready to commit yet, though. Combat isn't a requirement for fun. Yeah. What I can't stand about Snap is my Conquest matchmaking takes longer than the entire Conquest run. That's interesting. I don't have that problem. I've never had that experience. Stackable Predict is completely crapped with Ezreal right now. Interesting. I literally know what I will draw the whole game. I mean, honestly, like, that's, like, sick to me. Like, that's awesome. Being able to, like, stack your deck like that. Personally, I think that's great.
I pull the strings.
Still, now you can stack predicts.
Spit her out from the darkness.
Whack, whack, whack. So they can, I need to wait until they tap below, Avalanche mana. Yeah, kind of like that. I mean, I guess we just bank this, right? And just do it on open next turn. Literally, I had a 20-minute wait in a game, usually like 5. Interesting. Maybe that's because you decided to hit infinite on pool 2. I don't know. Maybe that has something to do with it. I don't know. We're gonna do this. I mean, I don't even really need to do this, honestly. If this thing can't block anyway. The deck got shuffled after Predict, so no. Well, yeah, I mean, they just changed that. They just changed that, right? So now it doesn't do that anymore. I hit Infinite on Pool 1 last season, and this season again. Only after that, I went to Pool 2 to be exact. All I'm saying is that the matchmaking doesn't know what to do with you anymore. I mean, honestly, we can just tank this. That doesn't explain how I predicted 3 times in a turn, but still drew all 3 cards I saw. That's weird. I think that's weird. Luck was sole reason. Yeah, must be. Well, that's real cute, other than, you know. Did you play Sunken Temple Shurima and only had 3 cards left? There you go. Turn 5 Enlightened. Hey, I mean, look. Elise can just bully decks like that, right? Like, Elise has no problem doing that. And I'm glad that we actually did do that with a leveled Elise. Perfect showcase of the champ. Unlike the Elder Dragon deck, where we literally didn't even draw him and won a game. And against, like, aggro, too, of all things. Alright. So, we have to do Evelyn now. Do we want to just play another game of the Evelyn deck? Or can we just count the Evelyn Kaisa that we just sat through? Like, how do you guys feel about this? Do you want me to do Evelyn? Or since we just played a bunch of Evelyn games, count that deck as the Evelyn? Evelyn Kaisa counts IMO? Hey, I'm cool with that. If we want to just move on to something else. Play Evelyn Lucian. I'm thinking about it. I've almost decked myself out with Zillion Zareth. No Sunken Temple needed, so I guess that's not even required. There you go. To be honest, this doesn't really feel like it's a Evelyn deck. But, again, I don't really know if we will even be completing this this challenge at this rate. So I think as far as I can go with it is where I'm willing to go. Just count the game. We got a long list of champs who are probably taking hours. Yeah. Very fair. So let's grab this. I don't know how many games of Evelyn we played. Alright, well, hopefully this doesn't make you guys change your mind, because now it's Ezreal. So I don't know if that changes your mind at all about what we should run. Maybe we want to rethink this. Maybe we want to try the Evelyn for a little bit. Anyone else suddenly getting the urge to go back to doing Evelyn? Ezreal Karma for old time's sake? Back to Foundations? Hey, if no one else has better idea, I'll do it. I'm down. Let's see. What do we need to run for this? Ezreal Draven Tribeam. Ezreal has such a punchable face. Let's just put in, like, cards that we definitely know we need. Like, maybe we just do one of this. I don't remember if this counts as 2 targets or 1 target, but I just see old Grappa calling Ezreal she every time. Oh, is that something Grappler used to do? That's kind of funny. It does count for 2 targets for Ezreal? Okay. I'm down then. Man, Ezreal Karma actually got some new cards, too. The more you think about it. Ezreal was a she in his eyes with that face. Can't blame him. I mean, there's a lot of gender-bent Ezreal art that exists out there. Just saying. I think Ezreal Seraphine is better. Oh yeah, of course. I think Ezreal Seraphine's better too, but we wanted to try, you know, going back to the old days of champ combinations. So that's why we're on Ez Karma. I don't even know if we want Get Excited in this deck, honestly. Ez Karma was the Bane of Foundations. Yeah, we're not exactly running it as a Foundations deck, because we do have a lot of other cards in here now, but... Bane of Rising Tides, too. Yeah, to an extent. Finding that was completely by accident. To this day, the art I saw of Ezreal humping Shyvana's leg lives rent-free. Uh-huh, yeah, completely by accident. Uh-huh. Definitely didn't mean to. Yeah. No, we believe you, Martin. Uh-huh. Just explaining why the Ezreal... Yeah. No, I get you. I mean, this doesn't look very good. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm serious, homie. Who in their right mind would draw that? I mean, that's not as bad as the Waluigi using a minion as a sensor bar that I saw one time. I think that might be a little bit worse, but, you know, that's just me. I'm just trying to think of, like, what we're supposed to play with Karma. Artists draw everything if commission, not gonna lie, if not, they're living their best life. Yeah. Rocket Barrage? Yeah, I just need to figure out cards to cut. Maybe we don't need 3 copies of this. Maybe we don't need 2 copies of that. Maybe we don't need 3 copies of that. Unworthy Soul seems good. Maybe I don't need Howling Gale. Maybe this card's not very good. Sunken Temple. I actually was thinking about Sunken. I actually was thinking about that card. It's like probably not bad. Whoever drew that Ezreal art had an unworthy soul. Sounds about right. Not spamming I cannot be right. I just don't know if we have room for it. That's a lot of one spells. That's how you're supposed to play a deck like this, right? Like, you just have a lot of, like, answers to a lot of stuff. Like, you spread yourself out on, like, what you can answer. I don't like running one-ofs in decks, like, just as a general rule of thumb. But I think it's kind of warranted in this. Just found the image again. Misremembered it. Ezra was hugging her leg and licking her thigh. That sounds fine. That sounds normal. I need bleach, Mom. I'm going to be legally blind. How do we fit Eye of the Dragon? Because we want to run like 3 of these if we're running it at all, right? Maybe you can, I don't know, Divine Draft like as a one-of seems okay. Maybe we are just cutting it since we have High Note though. I don't want to know how or why you found it again. Yeah, I know, Martin, I'm going to be honest with you. You're not doing yourself a lot of favors by saying that you found it by accident and then you just happen to find it again very quickly. I'm just saying, like, you're not really doing yourself a whole lot of favors on this one. There was probably a world where we believed you at one point, but, I don't know, man. It ain't looking too good right now. I'm not gonna lie to you. Cut Feline, you don't even include Time Trick? We put it in the deck. I put Time Trick in the deck. And also, if I got rid of Feline, I would just be replacing it with that other 1-drop. The thing that gives a spell mana. And even if we don't have Time Trick, we have Sunken Temple. Like, it's still not a bad card to have in here. We need spells. The how was easy. Just typed Ezreal Shyvana. It was the first thing that came up. You're gonna make me do it. Ezreal and Shyvana. Images. Wow, would you look at that? It actually is literally the first thing that comes up. Also, I found this super sad image. This isn't even the one we were talking about. I feel like I shouldn't play Ezreal, because I think he just dies instantly. Wait, is there anything bad on this?
Look, a thing.
Elf, that's not ours.
Okay, this is what I was going to show you guys. It's not the picture we were just talking about. It's just a super sad photo of Shyvana crying in her room. Big sad for Shyvana. Finding stuff again isn't as hard as finding it originally. I mean, if it's already in your search history, then yeah, I guess.
I want my hat. I want it now.
Lord Vega, you cannot rush perfection.
Shyvana if Jarvan isn't into her. Yeah, for real, right? Okay.
Witness true power. Bring me turkey, sinner, and perhaps I will let you live.
It's a good thing you're cute, Viggs.
Let's pump you back into the deck, I guess.
I answer.
Okay, well that's not really what I was expecting to find, but I'll take it.
Suffering awaits.
Darkness and light.
Not another step.
I wonder if what I should obliterate, or should I just use thermo? No, you know what? We'll use this thing, because this is an obliterate, which means that they won't be able to just bring it back with, like, miscall or rekindler or something.
Keep your distance. Make the hurt your weapon.
My plans.
The more I think about it, the more that I realize that, like, doing, like, LOR as, like, a paper card game would be so hard. It would actually be so difficult.
The hour approaches.
Let's go ahead and just make them discard something again.
You dropped something.
LOR in paper is impossible. It's not impossible. You would just have to, like, heavily change the rules of the game. Like, you'd have to, like, either limit certain cards or just, like, change how certain cards are played. You could do it. Literally, Behold doesn't require to show your opponent what you behold. No, but, like, that's what I mean about, like, changing, like, some of the rules, right? Like, you'd have to, like, acknowledge, yes, I have this in my whatever. I'm glad they used Quietus now.
I thought you'd never ask.
I did forget that they had that.
The darkness.
Oh, when did they even get another one? Oh, because the Senna created another one. Yeah, that was my bad. I didn't even think about that.
No way.
Yu-Gi-Oh has a Behold equivalent, so that can be done. Yeah. See, exactly.
The spirit gives to those who live.
You can just treat every Behold like that one FJ heal card. Yeah, PNG image, how you doing today? Welcome, welcome. Yeah, I think... Why are you not hitting me in the face with these? That's the real question here, friend. But yeah, like, I think the biggest issue are, like, boons and, like, those kind of cards. Boons and traps are the hardest thing. And then, like, portals, because you have to, like, get a random number generator to do certain things with it. Do they realize that they can, like, hit me in the face with this? I actually don't know if they know that they can just do that.
May Jana's will be done through me.
No point hitting you in the face right now, to be honest. What do you mean, no point in hitting me in the face? It's how they win the game. You know what I mean? It's literally how they win the game. I mean, if I just keep giving them cards to hit with this darkness, we can kill the Vygar next turn, right?
Ionia speaks through me. Chin up and smile. By force of will.
We just, like, need to draw a card that, like, actually addresses this, Vygar. I didn't realize how, that worked. I didn't realize this would happen first, then this. Let's see.
Look, a thing.
Elf, that's not ours.
Piercing Darkness, costing 6, I think. Yeah. So this Karma will die. But on the bright side, I can kill this Vygar. I genuinely don't know if they know that they can,
We each hold a world within.
You could say I got a light switch.
if they don't know are you gonna complain? A little bit. Although it does feel quite doomed regardless. I mean, if they don't have another Vygar, I think we're okay. Like, I mean, they literally could have won, like, 4 turns over now, just so you guys know. Like, almost literally.
Darkness and light.
I don't think they have a way to buff this Senna. Like, you see, now that makes sense.
Turn it against them.
Karma Ez and place your bets is Jover. Hopefully. Unless they have another mini-morph. If they have another mini-morph, we're kind of screwed.
Where there is life,
That's a bad habit of some Darkness players. They focus too much on board control and they don't focus on winning the damn game. For real, for real. Is Ezreal leveled? Not yet. I mean, it would have been kind of sick if we could have done something with it, but yeah, I don't know. That feels weird. Homie literally could have won the game, like 5 turns over. That's why I pride myself on being a Darkness player with aggro brain. I just feel weird that, like, we didn't even play Ezreal. No, that's not true. We played him once into a Darkness. Friend him and ask him. Oh, that would have been sick. We probably... Maybe we should have done that. Maybe we should have. It's too late now, but damn. Maybe they'll add me and complain so I can ask them. By the way, I'm thinking back right now. JPEG, you had just said something, and then I think I said PNG image. Did I say PNG image? Cause I feel like I said your name wrong, but I meant to say JPEG image. Like, I didn't mean to say PNG, but I saw your thing about saying, how dare you? And I'm like, wait, how dare I what? I didn't do anything. Did I say... What's your plans for streaming, Mr. Numbers? I wasn't here if you talked about it after the news. I think... So my plan, right, is I ultimately just want to play whatever I think is fun. Alright? That is my main thing. If I'm having fun with a game, I will keep playing it. But, like, my issue with Legends of Runeterra was that it pretty much turned into every time that I would, It pretty much turned into every time I would stream this game, people would just, like, you know, doomer talk the whole time I was streaming it. And it was very not fun for me. So, like, I don't want to play a game where I'm miserable playing it. But, like, it will be hard to keep doing, like, PvP content in LOR, and I don't really want to play Path of Champions. Like, I just don't think it's a good game mode for content, in my opinion. Maybe, like, Sunny or someone can prove me wrong, but personally, I don't think it's very good. So, like, as they're still releasing stuff slowly for PvP, I'll probably, like, still, like, play LOR occasionally, but I think majority of my content is going to go into, like, what I'm having fun with. And in order to figure out what I'm having fun with, I'm just going to be, like, a variety streamer for, like, the next, like, month or two. I'm just going to kind of, like, see where it takes me. Because, like, we spent the past 2 weeks just playing random games, right? I played the Pokemon card game. I played the Yu-Gi-Oh card game. I played Shadowverse. I played Sonic 06. I've played a ton of Pal World. I think I'm just going to keep, like, branching out until I find another game to settle on. I might give, like, I would give TFT a try if I was in, like, a lobby with a bunch of people that were trying it too. Like, if you, like, Seabass, if you, Wildman, Ruzbear, and, like, a bunch of other people were playing TFT and needed someone else, like, I would play. I know how to play the game, so I wouldn't be, like, totally out of my element, but I wouldn't say I'm very good at it. So that is my plans on streaming. I will not say that I am leaving LOR, but if it's not fun to play the game, then I'm not going to keep playing it. Does that make sense? I would like to keep my content towards card gaming. If you're in my Discord, we set up with Kuvi and Wildman and others a lot. I don't think I'm in your Discord. I'll have to join it. After I finish stream. I mean, if they make big Path of Champion changes and make it closer to, like, a rough, like, roguelike. I don't know, I always forget how it's spelled. Path of Champion might be a good content in the future. Yeah, but if I don't have fun doing it, then I don't want to do it, you know what I mean? I just find it's, like, kind of hard to make content around Path of Champions. But yeah, I don't know. Some people are definitely having some issues learning TFT because it's just so vastly different from TCGs. Yeah, no, I don't think that I could go fully into TFT. And that's not for any reason other than just like I don't know, I guess like willpower. Wait, is there any reason to have catch? Do I even have any, like... Do I even have anything that I want to play on this chick? Any equipment? I don't think there are. It'll take you a couple of sets before you hit Masters for the first time for sure, and that goes for everyone. Gotcha. That makes me feel better, though, that, like, it is definitely, like, gonna be a time sink, and, like, it's known. I'll have to give TFT, like, a real try on stream at some point. Maybe this weekend. This is going to be just a degenerate. I really believe that LOR will survive in the long term. I think it's just too good to disappear. I hope so. Like, that doesn't necessarily mean that I will keep playing it forever. Just, like, as a disclaimer on that. Because, like, my opinions are still, like, not even about, like, the news of LOR leaving PvP. It's just, like, everything that's happened since then that has kind of affected my mental. So, definitely just sit down and watch some guides and what's good and how everything in the set works first. I mean, usually what I do is I just find the most broken comp in the game, and I just force that every game until I get ranked 1, and then I stop playing it. That's usually how it works for me. That's usually what happens. I feel like I don't need Sky Splitter and Troll Chant in this deck. Especially if I'm going to be running 3 standalones. But yeah, Seabass, I'll join your Discord, and I'm sure if you want to play it full time and you want to just hard force a comp, then it's broken, you can. Like people who just played Shredder every game in set 3. Not only time investment, but also if you play to climb, or do you play for the memes casual? But it stops working at some point. Unyielding. Yeah, Deja Vu. We definitely need Unyielding. It's definitely, like, because it's a card that just auto-wins you the game, right? Most of the time. How you doing today, by the way? Can't say I agree with that, to be honest. I've seen plenty of people get Masters in their first set in TFT. It's all about time investment. Yeah. I think my biggest issue will be time investment, because I literally don't play video games if I'm not streaming it. And that's not, like, any opinions on any particular game I'm playing. It's just, like, what I have time for. I work an 8 to 5 job, and then I have to, like, come home and do this, and then I have to, like, do other, then I have to do other responsibilities, like making content and whatever. Is this even good? Do you have family? No, thankfully I am single. But, like, I still have to make other content outside of streaming. So that kind of, you know, affects it a little bit. What I can and can't do. I wonder if Wild Mystic is worth putting in this deck, or Harsh Winds. Harsh Winds might be worth, actually. If we're only on 1-3 Sisters, we probably should just have that, because it will take a few turns to get to Fiora. Maybe we just go to 2 Unyielding Spirit, because I don't know how realistic it is. Like, actually. Alright, we'll try this game of Fiora. Number was born in a tube by scientists to be a streamer. God, I mean, I'll be honest with you. I kind of wish when I was younger, I, like, put more effort into, like, making content. Because, like, I think, like, I've been wanting to do, like, content full-time for, like, you know, since I was, like, a kid. Since, like, literally the early days of YouTube. But I never really, like, had an opportunity to sit down and focus on it. So now here I am with, like, an engineering job and a 4-year degree. But I still would rather have that. What's your day job? I'm an engineer. So believe me, I would need to get extremely far into content creation to be able to, like, offload, like, my lifestyle, right? Like if I wanted the same lifestyle I live now off of a streaming salary, I'd need to be, like, way bigger than I am now. I would probably need to be at the point where I'm like a 1,000 viewer Andy or something. I think that's the only world where that makes sense for me. But, you know, that's also depending on, like, me only making money from Twitch, right? That's not, like, including, like, that's not including, like, me, like, making money from other projects of content creation, right? Like, sponsorships and stuff. That's, like, if I only made money doing Twitch. I was the opposite. I was a kid who just wanted to be a giga good at games, and then at some point I realized streaming and stuff was the only way to support yourself while doing that, and then I liked the streaming more. Well, my problem is I didn't grow up with, like, a lot of, like, competitive gaming. I pretty much just played games, like, by myself most of the time. And, like, I had the most fun playing games when I was playing with friends. Like, when I was playing with friends, and, like, we were just watching each other do this and that, it was way more fun for me. And that's what I'm basically doing right now, right? Like, I am enjoying playing games with friends. So,
Let them eat swords. Try me.
let them eat salt.
He's with us, right?
What can I give her again? Like, I don't want to just pass. Maybe we just go for this unyielding spirit right now. And if they deny us, we just have a ton of stuff to do next turn. But they don't have fast speed ways of stopping this. They just have deny. Talking about gaming, did you know Faker 10 years ago had to convince his father to be allowed to join pro esports? That's wild. I started by going to a card shop out of boredom that was around the corner from my house, and while I was in high school, and I was new to the city, so I didn't know anyone or have any friends nearby, and saw a Yu-Gi-Oh! Local happening and looked up the game online. Yeah, mine was very much like me, like, having fun playing with friends. I did Yu-Gi-Oh! Around that time, too. It just ended up that, like... Okay, I need to figure out how I'm gonna not be dead here. Give me 1 second, chat. And then I saw all the regional tops and wanted to top a regional, so I started buying cards and playing solitaire on the dueling book. Okay, so you want to know what kind of person I was when I used to play? I literally didn't know that in Yu-Gi-Oh! When I played, and keep in mind, I played Yu-Gi-Oh! For a while. I played Yu-Gi-Oh! For a while. I did not know that, this was up until, like, 2011, 2012. I didn't know that when you played Polymerization, you could pick cards that were in your hand. I didn't know that. Like, I played the game from 2002 all the way, and I didn't know that, that you could do that.
For the honor of En Garde.
Not gonna lie, base backstory of getting into Yu-Gi-Oh! Sounds like an actual anime. I mean, look, CVAS is just, it's just built different, alright? There's no other way to put it.
Two down.
Homie literally gets called a VTuber femboy by his AI text-to-speech thing all the time, and doesn't even bat an eye. Doesn't even bat an eye. He's just like, yep, that's me now. That is what I do. I know it's the deny one, but I have to get this out so I can concert it next turn. Reading the cards explains the cards. Yu-Gi-Oh! Players don't read. What do you mean? We all just ask our opponent what it does. Well, in Yu-Gi-Oh! I'm pretty sure Polymerization doesn't even really tell you what it does. I'm pretty sure Polymerization just says, like, fuse two monsters together or something. I mean, I literally don't have a choice. I have to do this. And just pray they don't have an answer. Oh my god! Ah, what a way to end this! Ah! Ah! We did it! Ah! Get that sick animation. One of the old school animations to end the game. We should give Sarah a raid, because Sarah is still going strong playing. I think my other problem is I just don't stream long enough each day, but also I can't physically stream any longer each day. I think you misplayed last turn with Double Gentleman. I needed to be not dead. And I don't think I could live if I just did one. Because if I just did one, I think they just, like, buff the Renekton and then I can't win. But maybe that, like, didn't matter anyway. But I will say that we are probably going to end stream here. I also have this, like, Ash statue I still need to set up. Actually, I can't really end stream right now because there's an ad that's unskippable happening in a second here. So I have to wait at least a minute. Also, to this damn game, Pot of Greed doesn't have good ruling explanations on the card. Yeah. No. The old one from the starter decks in Metal Raiders didn't explain, I think. Yeah, I mean, and that's the only one I had, right? That was the only one I had back in the day. So, but so I stream Saturday through Tuesday or Wednesday. I'm so used to saying Saturday through Tuesday, but it's Saturday through Wednesday now. So we will be back on Saturday, probably playing Pal World, probably just because I really like that game, and Saturdays are supposed to be like my whatever day. I did forgot that we put that. Seabass, we might have to go through the 7 TV emotes again. I don't even know if you're in an ad or not, but We might have to go through the 7TV emotes again. Oh, also, I should add this, while we're waiting for the ad, I should probably bring this Fiora. I am happy that I basically won all of these games with, like, one game. But yeah. No, I enjoy doing things like the A to Z series. It's what keeps me sane playing card games, because it, like, gives me something to do when I've already hit Masters and stuff. But yeah, so like I said, tomorrow, or not tomorrow, we'll do nothing tomorrow. Saturday, we will probably play Pow World, and then Legends of Runeterra content, we will, just play it by ear and see what happens. If we're having fun playing it, we'll keep playing it. If it's hot garbage, I'm not going to keep playing it, you know? That's the best way to put it. By the way, did Upstart go to 0, or is it still in 1 right now? Upstart Goblin? I think Upstart Goblin's unlimited right now, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think that's been restricted for a while now. But I could be wrong. I don't remember. But anyway, we are going to go and give a raid over to Captain Sarah Red. I'm pretty sure she's a mod over on the Reddit. And she's doing some Path of Champions stuff, so if you guys enjoy playing some Legends of Runeterra, make sure to go and give her a follow. Give her some love. And yeah, I will see you guys on Saturday. So thank you for stopping by. We finished on Fiora, so we'll figure out what we're doing next time we go into the A to Z challenge. So have a good night. Excuse me? Excuse me what? What happened? I don't think I said anything weird or bad, did I? Excuse you what? Anyway, the raid's starting, so you guys are just gonna have to tell me in her chat.